Hey guys, mic check. Am I being heard and seen? Something looks. Oh, it's because this light is not on. Hang on. And I just cut myself off from being able to hear. So give me a second. One crisis averted. Crisis. The crisis of not having one of the lights on. That's what those are called. Crisis 2 is averted on its own because I can hear again. That's good. Here we go. Hey, Cubo. Hey, Derp Rex. Hey, Toonie. Hey, Ellery. Red Dominoes, welcome. I don't think I've seen you here yet. Hey, Natty. How is everybody doing today? It's weird that we haven't read a book since the last California Diaries, right? This week has just been very busy, and also I was still emotionally drained. I still have 3 hours of sunny. Oh, Texas. Oh, it was so rough. I've never cried so much on a live stream, but we got through it. And we did it as a team, so that's something. Just still making sure. If you're just tuning in, hang on one second. If you're just tuning in for the first time, hi, my name is Avery. I don't usually sound this good. I got some new microphones for the first time. It only took me almost 3 years of being on YouTube, but now I'm here. I'm just, if you see me look over here, it's because I now have a box to monitor. And I had this before, but it was a lot less. No, Cubo, I haven't been to the mail yet this week. I'm sorry. It's been crazy with the holiday and then catching up on stuff, and I had to do my taxes and a lot of stuff, but I haven't been there yet. But I will hopefully go within the next. What is tomorrow? Friday? I'll either go Friday or it'll next Monday, but I will check. Thank you so much. Position I applied for my sister. Oh no, Natty, that's awkward. Um, but yes, new microphone. Hopefully I sound good. It sounds good to me, so let me know if anything goes horribly wrong. Um, but yeah, I'm gonna do the things. I can actually wear both of these now and actually hear myself. That's nice. Um, I like that Optimus Prime quote. I really do. Um, Let's see if I can get the desk. We don't really need the top-down cam tonight for we're reading Maggie's diary, her final diary, diary 3 for her, book 13 in the series. She types her diaries, so there isn't really a whole lot of like Amalia's diaries have a lot of drawings. Ducky's diaries sometimes do too. Um, they just gave Sunny the diaries when you came on. Oh my god, I apologize for all of the crying you're going to see me. I mean, you've already seen me at that point do a lot of crying, but oof. Oof. That was bad. At one point I was just like, "Hey, I'm just going to sit here and eat a snack because I'm sad." Um it's worth noting a lot of our community members were saying who unfortunately have gone through similar situations were applauding Anna Martin for her accuracy. That being said, it's a good book. It's just a very sad book. I just hit the microphone. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna need to get used to that. This is my first time having like a proper microphone for doing YouTube and podcasting and things like that. So I now it's not just up in the air and you just kind of turn it on and hope for the best. Now you actually have more control over it, which is good, but also it means there's a lot more things you can do to mess it up. So sorry about that. What was I looking for? Right. I need to see if I can get my desk cam on. Oh, it looks like it is not. It is not plugged in. Give me 1 second, guys. Snacks are very, very good for when you're sad. I personally, I have some Sour Patch straws, or sorry, not yeah, Sour Punch twist straws, um, and those got me through. So thank you, Paulo. There we go. I love being like, why are things broken, and then realizing they're broken because I didn't plug them in. It's honestly better than just being like, it's broken, we don't know why. Whoop, there we go. Oh my goodness. This desk is just turmoil. Sorry for the accidental ASMR crinklingness, although I do have two of these microphones now, so I could do an Avery Whispers About Stuff channel when I get to that point and say fuck it. Sorry, trying to thread this um, cord around so it's not so horribly ugly right in your face when I turn the top down camera on. Better. I like that better. Hey Jay, thank you. This is my TDA sweatshirt. It says Time Variance Authority and it says variant on the back as if I'm a variant that works there. So I like it very much. Hey Rex. Sometimes a good book isn't always happy, but doesn't take away that the wait. But it doesn't take away that the fact it's good. Sometimes we need to feel negative emotions, and media is a good way to feel them in a safe and healthy way. I agree. I think it's a very important thing, and I've talked a lot about how I wasn't huge into Anna Martin's stuff. I didn't read that much of the Babysitters Club. I'm sure I read one or two, but I didn't really remember it as a kid. Um, but as an adult reading them for this channel, I appreciate Anne Martin's ability to talk to kids in a respectful way about things that she knows real kids are dealing with without like over sensationalizing it for them, but also not talking down to them or trying to act like they're not able to handle things that real life kids absolutely do have to handle, whether they like it or not, whether they're, whether it's something children should have to deal with or not. And I've always appreciated her ability to give kids something very relatable and teaching them basically that just like it's okay to go through the hard stuff. And I think she's just really good at that as an author. I can hear myself breathing. That's something I need to get used to. um, transition. Okay. This is in case you're wondering, a classic flavored Wicked Whoopie. My aunt and her boyfriend um, came to visit for Easter, and they brought Wicked Whoopies from up north, which are easily the best whoopie pies I've ever had. Not sponsored, but I really do love them. So, thank you, Auntie and Cliff. Thank you, guys. Can you pin the disclaimer? Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Where is the disclaimer? I know. I just saw it. Um, well, let me put the trigger warnings up first. because yes, if you are new to this specific series, it does deal with some pretty heavy topics for even adults. I'm trying to move this mic without being egregiously loud about it. Where are my warnings for the desk cam set up? Okay, well, copy and paste. So there. Okay, I think I found it. There we go. I'm like, I knew it was there. Yeah. So I'm not going to put up the kittens yet because unlike the last one that was literally just said just cry on the cover, I think we will need kitten cam. We usually do with this series, but I'm going to give it a second. My son just showed me a video of a spider being chased down by a Roomba. Oh my god, that sounds fascinating. Um, oh, I see it. Let's see. Thank you, Daniel, for always remembering the disclaimer. Shout out. And yeah, we're just going to get into this one. Doesn't feel. The Maggie books are usually pretty straightforward reads as far as they're pretty short. When am I going to do more Beyond Belief? Soon. I was just thinking about Beyond Belief this morning. I think I'm going to cover the pilot, the very first episodes, which unfortunately um, we won't have Jonathan Frakes, but we will have James Brolin. So Thanos' dad, also pretty cool. Also posted to Discord. Thank you guys for reminding me. Chat is awesome and reminds me to do things. Um, Sorry, I don't feel like I'm very like high emotion. If you're wondering why, it's simply because last week was the last one of these read streams that I did, and it was very sad. So I'm just like, I know it's going to be less sad because there's no way it can. Well, I'm not gonna say that, but I assume it's going to be less sad than the literal mom passing away book. Um, so I'm optimistic about this one. I just hit my glasses on the microphone. I'm so sorry for everything. Um, Guys, this is the first time I can monitor what you guys are hearing through my headphones because I finally got the right audio cable for that. um, I finally spent more than 2 seconds thinking about it and got my stuff together. Can't wait. Regardless, thank you. Hopefully, it'll be a couple videos from now. Tomorrow, Daniel and I are putting out. I believe tomorrow we're doing um, on our channel. We're each putting out a new Phantom Investigator video. There we go. That's what it's called. I'm very excited. Mine is very fun, and I know the one that Daniel's working on also very fun. And then right after that, I'm gonna get working on. Do you remember? Do you remember? Did anybody watch Jenny Nicholson's video? I'm sure a lot of you have seen it. The big video that she did last Easter about that church in Winnipeg, Canada, that did all of the Easter plays, but like they rewrote like current movies to Easter plays. Well, that church did, as tradition, another Easter play, and they did Beauty and the Beast, and they called it Beauty and the Beaster. So you guys will probably know if you've been watching my channel for a while that I love to cover any version of Beauty and the Beast that I can. And this literally just happened. So I remembered on Easter Sunday at 10:30 that they were going to be doing it live and streaming it. So I ran upstairs and turned the record. I already had the browser to their website open, and I managed to hit the record on my OBS in time. Yes, Beauty and the Beaster is what they called it. So we're gonna do that. Yeah, different church from the Scamilton and the other church that did Beauty and the Beast. I hasten to I hasten to point that out. You know, I'm sure if I were to dig into this church and their beliefs, there's a lot of things I disagree with them on, but I don't want to necessarily lump them into the super problematic church that did Scamilton and their own Beauty and the Beast well, Scamilton happened last summer, and that's when I talked about both. The Scamilton video, and it was honestly amazing. Thank you. I'm going to move this slightly so that I don't keep hitting it, hopefully. Thank you. That was an entire week of work, and I thought I was going to lose my mind by the end of it. Yes, the Christian play of Spider-Man, I believe, is also by the Scamilton Church. Thank you, Red Dominoes. I was proud of that video. It is now the most watched video on the channel, with the second most watched video being the Beauty and the Beast one. So, you know, maybe we'll knock one out of the park. We'll knock that off the top of the leaderboard one day. Yes, the Spider-Man one is from the same church from, I believe they're a church in Texas. I think. I think they're a church in Texas. I did so much work diving into them. I should know off the top of my head, but refreshing to find a creator who connects with their community. Oh, thank you. I really love responding to your guys' comments and seeing you guys in live. I've missed you. We haven't streamed in only 2 days, but it feels like way more. Because I just like to chill with everybody. Um, Imagine them trying to do a church version of Coraline. I will tell you this about Beauty and the Beaster. I haven't watched it yet because I want to watch it. I wanted to watch it for the very first time all the way on camera, but about halfway through, you know, in the middle of the play, I had turned on my recorder and gone back downstairs and been doing Easter morning things with family. And then I went back up about 20, 30 minutes later just to make sure that like nothing had gone wrong, that it was still recording. And I came up just in time to see Cogsworth start singing Time Warp from Rocky Horror Picture Show. So this is going to be fantastic. That's the only thing that I've actually seen so far. Disclaimer, but I'm very excited. Actually, Coraline might work for the White Jeebus. I've seen them. I've seen churches do more off-brand things than Coraline. That's for sure. I haven't actually. I watched Waiting in the Wings video on Turn Off the Dark, and it was fascinating. I think that's the first Waiting in the Wings video I actually found, and ever since then I've been kind of obsessed with their videos. But I don't know, like, aside from watching their video about it, that's pretty much all that I know about it. Anyway, let's just get started with the old book. Item 9. Is Cogsworth the Jesus stand-in? No, I actually didn't see because I was trying to not spoil myself ahead of time. When I first heard that they were doing Beauty and the Beast, or about 2 weeks ago, I assumed that the crucifixion scene would be the Beast's transformation, like when the Beast dies. I don't know how that's going to work, though, because from the little tiny bit that I saw, I think Belle is the Jesus figure, which I've never seen them have a female character be the Jesus figure, but you know, I guess that's something. Imagines is something you would not want to imagine, yes. My favorite Spider-Man play from a church in Texas. I want to see Jesus Worth. No, but as far as I can tell, I think the guy that plays Cogsworth, from what I can tell from watching Jenny's video, I think Cogsworth is played by the main worship leader. I think that's true. I don't know anything about the church really, so I don't know, but I think I remember hearing somewhere. I'm so confused. Saturday. Oh, I'm so thankful in advance for you guys to be there. We're hoping to finish Imagines on Saturday so we can be done. I live. Hi, Cameron. How's your PI reaction coming along? It's almost done. I just have to add in the last clips that I haven't added in from the show yet, um, and just tweak a couple of things. Um, you replied to my comment earlier, and it made my day. I told my mom, "Oh, thank you. I really do enjoy hearing from you guys. So thank you for leaving comments. That's actually a huge thing for me." Hour-long video about the Spider-Man Turn Off the Dark and all about the play itself, and the first version of the play is so what the fuck, you won't believe it. I'm excited. I'll have to go check that out. Okay. Let's start reading. Also, if it sounds like I'm a little bit quieter than I usually am, it's because I can literally hear my voice now and I'm conscious about how loud I am. So apologies for all the times that I surely was way too loud before. Maybe missed. Hi, Patrick. I found books 13 through 16 of the Cheetah Girls. Patrick, you rock. Thank you so much. Um, you missed. We haven't really streamed that much this week except for. Oh, you can hear this. That's good to know. Hang on. I know how to fix that. Did that fix it or did that make it worse? I think that fixed it. Sorry, I heard the slight because I can hear because this cable is not great. Um, so I could hear a little bit of it. But I thought it was just me. Um, I have not read the scripts yet, Cameron. I'm so sorry. I'll get to them. It's been super busy here. Okay, thank you for telling me that. Again, getting used to the new microphone, so surely it'll take a couple of times. But if I keep it on this setting, I think this is good for us. Um, I think so. We'll just see. All right, I'll finally get to the book. It's 8:38. This is Maggie, Diary 3, California Diaries 13 by Anne M. Martin. The back says roll. They say love conquers all. Love's not going to conquer me. Good for you, Maggie. Avery ASMR. Look, I have two of these microphones. Don't give me a reason to start an Avery Whispers About Stuff channel because I will. Thank you guys. Avery talks about stuff softly. I'll get back to the point where I feel like I can I'll work back up to here, like talking in a normal way. I'm not used to this hearing myself. So, sorry about that. Got done filing taxes and I'm pretty sure it's my villain arc. Pizza, right? I spent an hour and a half working on my taxes earlier. That's why I was a couple minutes late to stream. And I was just like, I'm a contract worker. My taxes are chaos every year. Avery silently records her audio, hiding from all family members on Easter Sunday. Oh my god. Thank you for posting Lady Emily's video. I will check that out. I still need to check out the rest of that one Model Land video. Anyway. Avery better make an ASMR channel. I will do it. Do you think I won't just do soft spoken videos where I read children's books to help people sleep? I will. Beaster is all you need in life. Beaster honestly has made I'm a little bit happier knowing that somebody thought to do Beauty in the Beast. It's so cursed and so funny at the same time. Teaser for Gremlin's Secret of the Mogwai dropped. Interesting. We're finally getting a Gremlins 3. You know how much you owe me. Cool. What is it? Government. Good luck figuring that out, kiddo. Yup. Yes, Maggie's mom, for those who forget, Maggie's main plot points are that she's recovering from an ED, so super special trigger warning if that is something that bothers you. And her mother is dealing with alcoholism, so just be aware of that. All right. Tuesday, 4:20. Yes, get all the 420 jokes out of the way. 6 p.m. I just read over this journal from last few months. I just read over this journal from the last few months, and I'm reminded of all the intense things that have happened lately. The worst was Sunny's mother dying. It's been a whole month since Mrs. Winslow died, and I still get teary thinking about it. She was so full of life and love. It's hard to believe that she's not around anymore. I remember so many happy times at Sunny's house. Mrs. Winslow always came up with cool projects for us to do, like tie dyeing or making veggie burgers before anyone else knew about them. We never said there's nothing to do when we were at Sunny's. We were four best friends then: Sunny, Dawn, Jill, and me. Of course, Jill isn't part of our group anymore. And for a while, I thought Sunny was going to go off in a different direction too. Well, Jill didn't really go off in a different direction. They just kicked her out of the thing. Oh, this is so dark. Oh, you have no idea. Red Dominoes. It was so much last week. Now she's more like herself again. She's stopped running away from her problems. I guess the past few months I've stopped running away from my problems too. Or at least I've stopped running from some of them. I look back at the entries where I wrote down everything that I ate, even a carrot stick. I kept writing that I was fat, fat, fat. How could I not have realized that I had a problem? It seemed so normal to me then. Now it's so strange. It seems like they're making sure I wasn't clipping. Now it's so strange. It seems like that was a long time ago. I'm glad it seems that way. I'm a lot better about food. My friends are a great help, especially Amalia and Ducky, and of course Dr. Fuentes. Being in therapy is like writing in a diary that talks back. True. What surprises me the most is how much I've written about Justin lately. First, I liked him and he didn't notice me. When he finally did notice me, he sort of liked me. All I could think about was not eating. Needless to say, he was not impressed. Now I'm better about eating, but Justin doesn't seem to be interested in me anymore. Do I care? I'm not sure, especially after what happened in school today. I was in a stall in the bathroom. I was in a stall, trying to make sure that I can actually speak into this properly and read. I was in a stall in the bathroom. I heard two girls come in. They were talking about Justin, so I stayed in the stall and listened. Stalled. Girl in shiny black boots, Justin Randall. Justin Randall is crazy about you, Nancy. You should have seen the way he looked at you when you came into math. You know it's true. Nancy, brown loafers. Shh. Black boots. Look, you're blushing. Nancy lowers voice. We're just friends. It's no big deal. Sound of flushing toilet drowns out rest of dialogue. Black boots and Nancy exit bathroom. Who's Nancy? Does Justin like her, or is it really a friend thing? I don't have a crush on Justin like I used to, but I felt sort of sick to my stomach when I heard he might have a new girlfriend. Dad just came home. He's calling Zeke and me to come downstairs now. I better go see what he wants. Miss Drew, what are you doing? Nah, Nancy's too busy friend zoning Ned and being in love with Frank Hardy to be dealing with a third guy right now, I think. 8 p.m. Well, Dad's done it again. The big spender gives his kids the newest and latest, the best, the latest, the best. Um, okay. Actually, what he gave us is pretty amazing. Zeke and I each now have a handy palm computer. It really does fit in the palm of my hand. When I open the handy, there's a tiny keyboard on one side and a screen on the other. I can also actually write on the little screen with this special pointer that converts my handwriting into type. Ooh, 90s technology. Nancy Drew is also dealing with her brother-in-law, Joe Hardy, being a chaos gremlin. Yes, 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 we are doing that. It's very Kim Possible, isn't it? Like her communicator. That's what I'm thinking of. Dad said I shouldn't use the handy for my address book. Daily I should Let me try that again. Dad said I should use the handy for my address book, daily planner, assignment book, and to check my email. Use it to take notes in your classes, he said, then download everything into your laptop later. Right, Dad, I'm going to pull out this little techno wizard in class while everyone else is using pen and paper. It's bad enough I sometimes bring my laptop to school. Zeke's already emailed 3 of his friends from his handy. I can't wait to show his new he can't wait to show his new high-tech toy to his buddies. Yes, we still hate Dawn always. Dawn got marginally better in the last book. I mean, well, she wasn't as egregious in the last book, but she was still Dawn, if that makes sense. So, yes, we still hate Dawn. I really think the handy is neat, but I don't want anyone at school to know I have it. It's embarrassing to have so much more stuff than my friends have. Only the best for the best, Dad said when he gave Zeke and me our handies. You can't be the best and the brightest without the latest technology. I want my kids to keep up. I hate when Dad talks like that. Why does he think money equals talent and brains? It doesn't, period. Anyone with half a brain knows that. Time to go. 10 p.m. Well, another typical Bloom family dinner. Messing with the microphone too much. Mom was drinking vodka and eyeing the wine bottle. Zeke was stuffing his face and talking a mile a minute about some Star Trek chat group on the internet. Don't talk with your mouth full, my father boomed from the head of the table. Don't yell, my mother mumbled under her breath. Dad steered the conversation to his new movie. He asked me for about the 20th time if I'd read the script yet. I need a teenager's reaction, he said. I reminded him that he only gave me the script last night and that I've been to school, done homework, and practiced the piano since then, but the truth is, I don't want to read Love Conquers All. It will be just as lame as his other movies, but I'll have to act like it's some big deal. I haven't told any of my friends that Dad landed Tyler Kendall for the lead of Love Conquers All, and I'm not at all interested in Hollywood's hot new teen star. I know what the movie stars are like, especially the child star variety, self-centered and shallow. We don't know that. There's plenty of actors that are wonderful people. I tried to concentrate on my dinner with Dad's bragging and Mom's drinking. I could barely get down a few bites. I'm always hungry before dinner, but when I sit down to eat with my family, I lose my appetite. Now there's a diet. I wonder if Sunny and her dad had dinner together. Ducky probably picked up some takeout tonight. Ducky, the most generous, sweet, lovable, fun guy in the world. Dinner at Dawn's house will be a happy time. What with the new baby and all, I bet there were extra people at Amalia's table. The Vargases are always inviting people to stay for dinner. It's so casual, homey, and fun at their house. I wonder if Brendan is eating with them tonight. Brendan and Amalia make a great pair, even if they're not fully ready to admit it. Oh, they're so cute. I like them. Note to myself, don't push the Amalia Brendan thing after James Amalia needs to take time with guys. True. Good on you, Maggie. Note to myself number 2. I like how she says note to myself and not note to self. That's very funny to me. Springtime is perfect time for new beginnings. I, Maggie Bloom, do hereby resolve to have a great spring. Me and my friends, we all deserve it. Yeah, poor Miss Eileen. She needs some intervention. I'm glad because this is on an arm, obviously, this microphone, and we were worried that it was going to kind of cut into the whole desk situation. It's not though. We got a good one. Yes, they've made a point earlier on in I think it was one of Dawn's books that they bonded as small children over the fact that their names both are related to mornings. Like Sunny's full name is Sunshine. Is her middle name Rainbow or is that just something I made up? And then Dawn's name is Dawn. Hi Austin. Thank you. We've been going through some um semi minor changes with the setup, so I'm glad you like it. Um let's see. Seeing what I missed in chat. Always good to do market research on your kids. Always. That's what not Bob Iger. Um the other Bob that is infamous for the one that was like the CEO of Disney in like the 80s and 90s. Or sorry, not Bob, Michael Eisner. His name was not Bob. The other there we go. Michael Eisner, who was the Disney CEO, made multiple decisions because he ran things by his teenage son and he was like, "Dad, Disney World is not cool." And so he's like, "Well, how do we make Disney World cool, son?" I found Dawn's Halloween mystery. I hope a zombie gets her. Well, you already sent me the Ghost at Dawn's House, which I want to read soon. Infamous Bob is now my villain name. Glad I could help you with that. Sorry I haven't been by. Don't be sorry. It's okay. We miss you always, but we appreciate you when you're here. Just submitted my master's thesis. Nice. Should be back for a while. Yay. Fingers crossed for you. Remember Defunct Land mentioning the other Eisner. Yes. Yes, Defunct Land loves talking about the the epic villain of Disney fans that is Michael Eisner. Defunct Land is just a great channel. That and Yesterworld, wonderful channels. All right. Wednesday 421. Oh, and if for anybody who skipped out on the last video, last week's stream because that book was intense, no worries. The main thing that you should know is as far as like the 5 main characters is that they're all close again. Like there's no more like interpersonal tensions. They've kind of been brought back together by what Sunny had to go through. So big happy family. Wednesday 421, 3:45 p.m. Ducky and Sunny dropped me off at therapy on their way to Mr. Winslow's bookstore. Ducky had to be at work by 4 and Sunny was going too. She'd been helping her father a lot. I think it does her good to be around her dad and Ducky. Since I'm 15 minutes early for my shrink appointment, I'm typing on the handy for the first time. I keep making mistakes on these little keys, but I think I'll get used to it. I just wrote my schedule in the daily planner and copied it into my diary file. Cool. 4 p.m. Dr. Fuentes. 5 p.m. Dinner at Amalia's. 7 p.m. Vanish practice. What else do I have to report? Dad's big media campaign for Love Conquers All has started. Why does everybody make such a big deal out of movie stars. Dawn, Sunny, Amalia, and I were having lunch together when Jill and a couple of her new friends came over to our table. Kyle Kendall, wait, Tyler Kendall, Jill shrieked. He's going to be in your dad's movie? You could meet him. Maggie, he's only like the cutest guy in America. He'd be in Imagines if Imagines had been written in this universe. You just know it. I explained about hairdressers, makeup, and touched up photographs. Besides, looks aren't everything, especially if that's all you have, I concluded. Damn. Sunny nudged my arm and grinned. Come on, Mags, she teased. Admit it, you'd love to be in the same room as Tyler Kendall and Felicia Hope. It's only normal. Excuse me. Oh, sorry. I was glad to see Sunny smiling, but I wasn't crazy about what she was saying. My friends just don't believe how shallow movie stars can be. Alicia Hope is going to be in it too, gushed Jill. You'll probably meet them, Maggie, Dawn said. I mean, you could if you wanted to. I told her that I've already met Felicia Hope. Maggie, I get it, but also you gotta give people a chance before you, like, judge them. Hey, Chris. Avery's using her radio announcer voice. It's this microphone, Chris. This microphone is so cool. It makes my voice sound good. And that's a hard thing to do. Good morning, USA. You did? Exclaimed Jill. That's so awesome. If I could meet Tyler Kendall, I would die of happiness. Jill pulled out a copy of Stars and Hearts magazine. Tyler Kendall was on the cover. Black hair and green eyes, sighed Jill. And look at his smile. He's so perfect. I told her that you don't know what's real and what's fake with actors, that he probably wears green contacts and caps on his teeth. Jesus, Maggie. And dyes his hair. That's an awful thing to say, spoke up one of Jill's friends. How could you say that about Tyler? I love how they're on a first name basis. Felicia is so beautiful, said the other girl with Jill. He must be in love with her. I'm so jealous. She's totally fake, I said, including some of her body parts. She definitely had a nose job. Okay, Maggie, I'm going to need you to tap the brakes a little bit. Kendall's. Tyler Kendall is a male version of the Kardashians. I guess so. Wow, judgy, right? She's being I get it. I get that she's like skeptical being that her dad is a big like producer man, but like Jesus Christ, give him a break. Got snow white hair and glowing green eyes. That's so not true, said Jill. It's a rumor. Amalia covered her mouth to stifle a laugh. Jill and her friends begged me to ask Tyler to autograph their magazines. I refused. But Jill didn't give up. She left the magazine rolled up in my locker handle. A note was posted in the corner. Please, Maggie, just this once. I'll never ask you for a favor again. Love, Jill. I mean, Jill, they kind of fucked Jill over. So, like, they kind of owe Jill a little bit, but also, like, no is no, Jill. You know what I mean? Um, Hot pink letters across the bottom of the magazine cover announced Tyler Kendall, every girl's dream boy. Not mine. In car, 4:50 p.m. I have such a tight schedule today that I had our car pick me up at a therapy and drive me to Amalia's. My handy is handy, so much easier to carry around than the laptop. Key points from my session with Dr. Fuentes. 1. It's okay that I couldn't eat dinner last night. Admit it to myself that eating with family affects me that way. 2. All people who like movie stars aren't shallow. And maybe some movie stars aren't shallow. Not many, she says. Thank you, Chris. That's incredibly kind. I appreciate you very, very, very much. Thank you. Oh, and the moolah. Thank you, Chris. Chris is wonderful. We appreciate Chris very much. Fuentes is a cursed name to me now. Wait, do I know why Fuentes is a cursed name? I'm trying to think. Oh, is this a California Diaries for Jill? I would like to see a California Diaries for Jill. They really try to demonize her, but she doesn't do anything wrong. Really. I mean, she's a little bit immature, but like she's 13. 3. Spring is a great time to have a great time. 4. Don't think so much, just do. 10 o'clock p.m. Back from Vanish practice, dinner at Amalia's was fun. I'm so much more relaxed there than at my own house. It's not that the are laid back. They can be very intense, but they're intense in a good, honest way. Amalia's sister and her boyfriend had a disagreement about where they were going to go after dinner, but they talked it out honestly instead of saying one thing and feeling another, which is exactly what didn't happen between me and Justin at Vanish practice. When I came into rehearsal, Patty was setting up her drums with Bruce. Rico asked me to play something while he adjusted the settings on the speakers. I took a quick look around to see if Justin was there. He wasn't. I stared at the piano and ran through a few numbers. I was singing Friday Night Blues when Justin came in. Wait back there, Rico shouted to him. You and Amalia listen from the back. Sing Touching, Maggie. I did. Touching. I don't know. Again, when we have any songs that need to be sung in books, I don't usually know the like the how it's actually supposed to go, so I'm just going to read you the lyrics. Touching. You came into my life when I wasn't looking. First, you touched me with your eyes and voice. Then you put your hand in mine. You came into my life when I wasn't looking. I see you now. I hear your voice. I hold your hand. You came into my life. It was hard to concentrate on the lyrics. Did any of those lyrics rhyme at all? I mean, I'm no great songwriter, but I was just curious. It was hard to concentrate on the lyrics. I used to think about Justin when I sang that song. How could I want to hold his hand now? He doesn't want to hold mine. Does he hold Nancy's? I wondered. I was very distracted. After Rico straightened out the sound, Justin opened his guitar case. He didn't even look in my direction. During the break, Amalia and I stood in the doorway drinking sodas. After a while, Justin joined us. Amalia said something normal, friendly things to Justin. He said another normal, friendly thing back to her when he looked in my direction. I sort of smiled. Rico called an end to the break. I headed back to keyboard. Justin ran to catch up to me. So, how's it been going? He asked. Fine. I said, You? He beamed a huge smile. Great. Things are just great. Because of Nancy is that what he meant? Why did I have to say I was fine? Fine is such a lame word. Why am I so nervous around Justin? It's not like anything big ever happened between us. We talked, held hands, never even kissed. I wish I knew about Nancy. I'm sick of writing about Justin. I'm sick of thinking about him. I guess I'll read Love Conquers All so my father will stop bugging me about it. Nick Fuentes is the Walmart version of Gus from Breaking Bad. Oh, talking about fried chicken tacos. Gil's diary would probably be about being kicked out of the friend group and becoming an outsider for being childish. Yeah, sadly, yes, that's probably exactly what it would be about. It would be a much better profession. What's happening? I miss him. It's appreciation, absolutely. Sorry, I was just catching up on messages and chat. My persona. Every time she says Nancy, I'm just thinking of Nancy Wheeler from Stranger Things, and um, season 4 was definitely the best as far as like character growth for Nancy so far, I think, but I still haven't forgiven her for what she's done to Steve. She really fucked Steve over. 11:30 p.m. Love Conquers All is a poor imitation of Romeo and Juliet. She's All That and about 100 other movies that were written a lot better. And Things I Hate About You, famous modern retelling of Taming of the Shrew, and a rom-com classic. Here's the plot in a nutshell. Intellectual nerdy schoolgirl is swept out to sea by an undertow while collecting mollusk specimens for a science project. Drop dead gorgeous surfer boy rescues her. Surfer boy and Brains go to the same school and are even in some of the same classes. She recognizes him when he saves her, but he's never even noticed her before. He mostly skips school anyway. After the rescue, he asks Brains her name. Embarrassed, she gives him a false one. Back at school, Brains is lovesick and starts to question the way she's living her life. She makes friends with a hip girl who helps her change her style. Meanwhile, Surfer Boy finally learns it's Brains he's fallen for. He assumes that she had given him a false name because she didn't want anything to do with him. He figures he wants to get her attention if he wants to get her attention, he better start attending classes and doing some work. One day, she cuts classes to look for him at the beach in her new beach bum look, but he's at school for a day of classes in the hope of seeing her. They finally meet at the end of the day through a totally unrealistic set of circumstances, and it's true love, LUV. More stuff happens. His friends think he's nuts to like her, especially super surfer Pam, who is after him. Brain's father, principal of the high school, and mother, a scientist, are up in arms about the way she's been behaving. Our star-crossed lovers overcome obstacles and, surprise, live happily ever after. Like that's real. Maggie's really been through some stuff, I know, but she's very cynical in this book specifically. It's not any worse than any of Dad's other movies, so I'll tell him it's good, meaning good box office, which it is. That's all he cares about anyway. Friday, 4/23, 11 a.m. Am using the handy in the school library off in a corner where no one will see me. When Zeke and I are having breakfast this morning, we're having breakfast this morning. Mom came into the kitchen. This was a shock since she never gets up before we go to school. Zeke asked her how it was going. He tries to act normal around her, but like me, he's always wondering if she's been drinking. It was 8 o'clock in the morning, so chances were good that she hadn't. Good morning, she said groggily. You both look so sweet. Zeke grinned at her. I felt pretty good too. It was nice to see Mom completely sober. Your father wants us to have a family dinner tonight, she announced. She stood up and straightened and threw her shoulders back, so be there. Mom can do a great imitation of Dad. We already had a family dinner this week, I said. What's up? He must meet us. He must need us to do something for him, she concluded. Of course, she's right. I wonder what he wants. I hope I don't have to talk a lot about the script. After dinner, before homework, the family dinner is over. Fortunately, it didn't go on too long. Dad had a business meeting tonight, so he left before dessert. Sometimes our family dinners are like a business meeting with Dad in charge. Dad announces the subject of tonight's meeting before Pilar served us our first course. We're having a party here next Friday for the cast and crew of Love Conquers All. He said it'll be a kickoff for the film. You guys see where this is going, right? I haven't been reading too many imagines. You just see where this is going. Couldn't you have it at the new restaurant in Santa Monica? My mom suggested the one. Eileen, Dad interrupted. We have a big house so we can have parties like this. Besides, you won't have to lift a finger for this one. The studio is making the arrangements, caterers and all. Um, Even a piano player. He gave my mother a stern look. All you have to do is pull yourself together and look good. My mother turned from him and poured herself more wine. This is a healthy relationship, is what this is. I told Dad that I have a vanish practice next Friday night and asked if I could be a little late to the party. Now Dad's stern look was directed at me. I don't ask that much of you, Maggie. He said, you can do this one thing without complaining or sneaking out. He was remembering that I had sneaked out of opening night party for his last movie. Controlling AF. Yes, that is Maggie's dad. Regrettably, I do in fact see where this is going. I'm not even like necessarily upset at where it's going. I'm just upset that I know exactly where it's going because it comes from having read so many stories from that damn Imagines book. Hello thing, people of the Brazilian and non-Brazilian varieties. I am not Brazilian. I'm Azorian Portuguese, but I appreciate which I is close but not Brazilian. But I appreciate being included, even though I'm of the non-Brazilian variety. Let's see. I wonder if Tyler Kendall and Felicia Hope have some romantic thing going on, my mother said. I shot her a grateful glance for changing the subject. My father said he hoped Tyler and Felicia were romantically involved. It would be great for publicity. I hope so too. TK and FH, two phonies in love. They deserve each other. Hey, Dad, Zeke put in. Did Tyler Kendall drive his own car in Protect and Serve, or was that a stuntman? He's only 15, I said. He's not old enough to have a driver's license. But they'd still let him drive in a movie, Zeke said. So did he, Dad? My father told Zeke that he didn't produce Protect and Serve, so he didn't know. You'll have a chance to ask Tyler that yourself, Dad answered. Cool, Zeke exclaimed. My father smiled at Zeke. At least one family member was excited about his party. Exactly. It's largely the fact that Imagines has ruined this trope for me. I think what that means is we just need to find more, not even enemies to lovers romance, just like I'm annoyed by you to now I appreciate you as a person. Now that I get to know you trope. We need to find some of that that's better than Imagines, which can't be that hard because Imagines isn't that good. To reclaim this trope for ourselves. Hi, Tarfield Owl. I'm really sick recently, so I'm just going to chill here as long as possible. Do it. Definitely do it. This is the chill stream. Daniel, I actually really enjoy when people use that trope correctly. Unfortunately, most of the time in Imagines, when it's used, it's not done so correctly. But in general, I actually do find that trope very sweet. We can't find it. We can always write it one ourselves. Yes, the fanfic writer's motto. If no one will write it for me, I will simply write it myself. Throat feels like it got. Oh, I'm so sorry, Red Dominus. Sore throat is like the worst thing in the world as far for me as far as like pain. It upsets me so much. I hate it. Um, 9:34 p.m. I'm going. I feel like I'm not fully facing this correctly. Second. There, that might be a little bit better. Um, moving it very carefully because this does not yet have a shock mount on it. 9:34 p.m. Am I going to call Amalia right now and tell her that I'll have to miss practice and why? Wait. Am going to call Amalia right now and tell her that I'll have to miss practice and why. Don't want Justin to think it has anything to do with him. 10 p.m. Amalia is too much. She thinks it's great that TK and FH are going to be at my house. I reminded her that they're just movie stars and that there will be a lot of other people at the party. Movie stars are in their own self-involved world, I told her. They aren't normal. Jesus, Maggie. Christ almighty. I've met lots of movie stars that are very kind people. Daniel, I'm so sorry. That sounds awful. Things in chat. Honey tea, my only advice, I think salt water. Family would force you to gargle would be unpleasant. Salt water will help. It's just going to be unpleasant while you're doing it, but then you'll feel better, potentially. Hi, Milo. Good to see you. Often the character's development doesn't keep up with the arc. Yeah, that's the secret. If the characters can develop independently and also keep up with the arc that's going on, that's really the mark, I think, of a good romance. I've been very tired, so I've had poor attendance lately. No worries, Milo. I've also been very tired and I've only streamed. I haven't streamed since we did Kingdom Hearts on Monday, so this is the first book we've read this week. So far, it's not nearly as sad as the last one of these books we read, which is good. But Tyler was discovered just last year, Amalia argued. He was an ordinary guy before that. Didn't he live on a farm or something? Sure, I said, in a town named Santa Claus. Santa Claus. Amalia laughed and said that Santa Claus, Indiana, was a real town and not a Disney kind of place with elves running around. She's right, of course. To get off subject of Tyler, I brought up the subject of Brendan. I was just talking to him, she said. He was the person on the other line when you called. I said I was surprised that she hung up on him to talk to me. Of course I did, said Amalia. Brendan understands. I'll call him back later. Amalia's old boyfriend James would have had a fit if Amalia had interrupted a phone call with him to talk to someone else, but not Brendan. He's a nice guy. We stand Brendan. Brendan and Amalia are cute. And Amalia is the best. She's going to try to change next Friday's rehearsal to Thursday so I won't miss it. Oh. Monday, 4:26, 3:30 p.m. On my way to work at animal shelter. Stopped to buy Oh, I forgot she worked at the animal shelter. It feels like it's been forever since we've gotten a Maggie book, you know? Stopped to buy fruit smoothies for Piper and me, writing on my handy, getting used to the itty bitty keyboard. Sunny and Dawn were waiting for me by my locker this morning. We heard that you're having a party for Tyler Kendall, Dawn said. Word sure does travel fast. I explained that my father was having the party and it wasn't just for Tyler. Then I made them promise not to tell Jill. And really, I added, it's no big deal. Every girl in America is in love with Tyler Kendall, Dawn said, and he's going to be at your house. Of course, it's a big deal. I mean, surely not all of them. Like, for one thing, there's a lot of girls in America that are solely into other girls. They can't all be into this one specific dude. Sunny grinned at me. So, what are you going to wear? She asked. Bell rang for homeroom. I told them Tyler Kendall is not going to notice or care what I wear, and that the only people who care how I'm dressed for these events are my parents. Sunny was still smiling. I'm on the case, she said. Don't worry. If helping me figure out what to wear makes her happy, I'll let her help me. The truth is, I do need to buy something for the party. My size 2s will be too tight on me now. Yay! Yay for overcoming EDs. And my clothes from last year are too loose. Besides, they aren't trendy enough. Dad likes me to look up to the minute fashion wise. Mom does too. Why did my brain just autocorrect that to mom? Have I been reading that much like English literature? Does Maggie have a Palm Pilot? Yes, I believe she does. Mouthwash and peroxide mix is good to stave off canker sores. Good to know. I will keep that in mind for the next time I have to deal with one because God, they hurt. Oh, it's not that it's not sad. It's just that in comparison to specifically last week's California Diaries book, it's less sad. Like I seriously cried my way through reading that entire book. You can Feel free to go back and watch the VOD. It was a lot. I'm gonna assume Sunny's mom passed away in the last one. Yes. Yes. The two main things that you need to know if you missed the last California Diaries, Sunny's mom died. And all of the five main characters are close again. They all like did the talk out thing and got close again because, Sunny's mom passing away kind of brought them all together again. Even fried Easter. You had the heart to watch Scamilton. God, Scamilton, I did probably what I did that video like 6 or 7 months ago, and it feels like yesterday because it's just imprinted on my brain. Sunny's parents were just straight up hippies, so they named her, I think, Sunshine Rainbow Winslow. She's not a big fan of her name either, but I think Sunny's a cute name, personally. Um, I'm glad I'm going to the shelter. Dogs and cats don't care what your clothes look like or what size you wear. No, they're just like, can I sit in? Can I curl up and sit? If I fits, I sits. That's really all cats care about. Sunshine Daydream Winslow. Thank you. I knew it was something like that. Yeah, the king in Scamilton is something. That whole play was something. Sunshine Daydream. Well, her parents were like literally hippies. Um, we kind of learned that they were super based, like back in the day, like a little bit at the end. It was something. 6:30 p.m. Mom and Dad are at some big benefit tonight, so Zeke and I had dinner in the kitchen. I told him about the two puppies that were dropped off at the shelter today. They are the cutest mutts I've ever seen. One is black with brown spots, and the other is all black. I hope we find homes for them soon. Pilar made a stir fry with shrimp. It was yummy. I ate too much and feel stuffed. Tuna sandwich for lunch and smoothie at work. Stop it, Maggie. I have to stop keeping track of what I eat and not be so hard on myself if I do. Ducky just called. He's going to drive me to the mall after school tomorrow and help me pick out my outfit for the party. You have to look smashing for that dinner, Maggie, he said, and who better than Sunny and me to help? If Ducky had his way, I'd wear foxy high heels and a glittery shirt to the party. Sunny's taste runs in the direction of short, tight skirts and halter tops, still not my style. The problem is, I don't have a style. Sunny is so into this, Ducky said. We have to do it. Of course, I agreed. I better study. Big math test tomorrow. 4:27, 10 o'clock p.m. Going to the mall was a big production, a party of its own. Dawn and Amalia came with us, went to Ducky's favorite store first. Everything was glitter and retro. There was nothing. Oh my goodness. Ugh. Sorry. Ducky is totally the kind of dude who plays Barbie with his friends by dressing them up in a million outfits. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Everything was glitter and retro. There was nothing in that store that I would wear to a dad event or anywhere else. We had fun though. Sunny brought a great looking pair of Sunny bought a great looking pair of shorts. I think it's the first time she bought anything for herself since her mother died. Next, we went to Clarice. This store Dawn loves. It sounds like a store Dawn would love, doesn't it? I tried on a couple of things. I kind of like this shiny pink dress. It's okay, said Dawn, but not perfect, Sunny put in. And our Maggie has to look perfect, Ducky declared. As we left Clarice, I suggested that we check out Rudolph's. They carry Dana Lane dresses, I told my friends. Those usually look okay on me. Dana Lane dresses are the best, Amalia said, but Rudolph is so. She stopped herself mid sentence. I knew Amalia was about to say that Rudolph is expensive. It is, and none of my friends can afford to shop there. I was embarrassed that I had brought it up, but it was too late. We were already walking into the shop. The first thing I noticed was how quiet the store was and how noisy we were. Ducky headed straight for the gowns. Dawn threw herself on the white leather couch. I'll supervise from here, she said. Amalia took a deep breath. It smells so wonderful in here, like lilacs. Sunny headed for a shelf with fancy hats. I hoped she wasn't going to start trying them on. Ducky held up a shimmering black number and called, "This would look great on you, Maggie." A slender woman in a black suit came out from the back. I was about to cuss out Dawn, but Sunny said, "I'm not going to cuss Sunny out." Sunny's already been through too much. Tell me about the lamb's crack. Made myself laugh. For a clerk, and I'm gonna get second-hand embarrassment. Ooh, me too. I'm worried about that too. Jennifer, White. I love Jennifer Coolidge. Someone, someone posted on TikTok once that Jennifer Coolidge and Owen Wilson are variants of each other, and I have not been able to unthink that, and it's just so funny because they are. They're both delightful. No style is a style, and I stand behind that. I might have made myself cry today while writing my superhero work in progress earlier today. Oh, I cry at everything. That totally makes sense to me. Right. My fiction, I cry at other people's fiction. I cry at life. You know, before she was famous, Jennifer Coolidge used to get into high end clubs and bars by telling the bouncers her name is Muffin Hemingway, granddaughter of Ernest Hemingway. I did not, but that is such a delightful fun fact. Thank you for telling me that. Jennifer Coolidge was the aunt in that Netflix it's super like cliche corny rom-com Christmas movie, but it's really cute. Called Single All the Way. My brother and I put it on Christmas before last when it had just come out because we thought it was going to be horrible just by the name alone, and we were like, "Damn it, this is actually a cute movie." I'll do my best not to, Daniel. Hey, Bernie. Sorry you had a mentally rough day. I hope tomorrow is a better day for you. I've had an okay day. It's my work in progress. If anyone was wondering, like daughter uncovering the truth. That sounds really interesting. Okay, where was I? Can I help you? She asked in an icy voice. Dawn jumped up from the couch. Sunny pointed to me. She needs a dress, she said, for a party. Ducky held up the black gown in front of me. You have to try this on, he insisted. That gown cost $2,000. Jesus Christ. Amalia gasped and Sunny giggled. Dawn was backing toward the door. A good gown like that is an investment, said Ducky. He was trying to act serious, but I could tell he was about to crack up. Perhaps you would find what you are looking for at Clarice, said the salesperson. It's across the way. We were just there, said Ducky. No luck. We thought Rudolph's would have the perfect dress for Maggie to wear to this party for Tyler Kendall and Felicia Hope. Sunny said the party is at her house, so she has to look perfect. Perfect, repeated Ducky. Salesperson suddenly gave me a big phony smile. She knew who Tyler Kendall and Felicia Hope were, and she'd finally recognized me. I had been there lots of times with my mother, who'd spent a fortune at Rudolph's. I'm sure we have something I'm sure we have the appropriate thing for you, Miss Bloom, she said. I've just put out some new Dana Lane dresses. She looked me over. I have one that would be perfect on you. Perfect is good, said Ducky. I was pretty annoyed with the way the woman had treated us. I wanted to leave, but I saw that Sunny was having a terrific time. Now she could try on every hat in the store. Sunny winked at me as she put on a big red hat. Is it me? She asked. Definitely, I said. I followed snobby salesperson to the Dana Lane dress section. I tried on a few things and we picked out a gray-green dress. Meanwhile, Dawn and Amalia each tried on a gown. They looked like princesses. My dress is form-fitting with my dress is form-fitting without being tight and it has a neat neckline. I bought gold sandals to go with it. Mom has since given my outfit her seal of approval. So that's taken care of. That looks really pretty with the gold. Nice. After I bought the dress and the sandals, we had pizza in the food court. Rhinestone earrings would go great with that dress, Dawn told me, and silver spangle bracelets, added Amalia. I'll lend you mine. I love Amalia's spangles. It'll be fun to wear them. I told my friends I wished they could come to the party. Me too, they said in unison. I had to promise them that I'd tell them all about it, even if I had a lousy time, which I probably will. Even if I have a lousy time, which I probably will. I annoyed myself by reading the wrong tense. Designer, what designer do we think Dana Lane is similar to? Definitely somebody that designs high-end stuff, but, like, for a younger crowd because, like, she said Dana Lane, all of the girls were like, "Ooh, Dana Lane is so cool." And then when the salesperson looked at her and realized that she could afford to shop there, she was like, "Dana Lane," immediately. I'm really bad at designer stuff, though. I've never worn a designer thing in my life, so I have no idea what designer that would be. Not Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, Rudolph, this fictionalized, very overly expensive store. Betsy Johnson, maybe? Maybe. Mom just has a collection of approval stamps. I was imagining like Lily Pulitzer until she said gray green. Well, Clarice is definitely supposed to be like a Claire's, right? I assume Clarice is the non-brand specific, non-sponsored version of Claire's. Betsy Johnson was pretty huge at the turn of the millennium. Yeah, and this was written in what, 99? 98? I always forget. 99. Yeah, very well could be. Betsy was very big for girls that age. I mean, that sounds like it tracks for sure. Well, let's see, where was I? Ducky did a wicked imitation of snobby salesperson, morphing into phony sweet salesperson. Sunny laughed so hard that tears rolled down her cheeks. She was having a great time. We were all having a great time. It was when we were leaving the mall that my mood changed. I had noticed a couple kissing in front of the Cineplex. The guy's face was blocked by the face of the girl he was kissing, but he looked familiar. Uh-oh. Just then, the kiss broke up and he saw me staring at them. I turned and ran to catch up with the others. The guy was Justin. I recognized the girl too. Her name is Nancy Mercado. She's a freshman at Vista. I didn't say anything to my friends about what I saw. I'm glad I saw Justin and Nancy together. Now I know who she is and that she's his girlfriend. That's a lot better than not knowing. I just wish Justin hadn't seen me see them. Ugh. What's the big deal that I saw him kissing Nancy Mercado? It's a free country. It's not like he's my boyfriend. We hardly even talk. So why do I feel weird about it? Do I wish I were kissing him? Do I wonder if the problem is that we never really broke up? Or is it that we never really went out? Why do I feel so awful about this? Why does it hurt so much? I wish Amalia hadn't bothered to change the band rehearsal to Thursday. I don't want to see Justin. I just wish that I didn't have to see him at school tomorrow either. But of course I will. We're always passing each other in the halls. Nope, it's Nancy Drew in my mind. How old is Justin? I asked myself the same question, Austin, but Milo says he's 16. So 14 and 16, that's acceptable, I think. Sorry, I have to stop doing that. I have to keep making sure that I hit my headset on the microphone. Clarice is more justice and limited to. Wednesday, 4/28, 7:30 p.m. Nancy Mercado came over to our table at lunch to talk to Amalia. Their families are friendly. Nancy was telling Amalia about her sister's baby shower in the middle of a sentence. For a second, I thought she was saying Amalia's sister, and I was like, but Amalia's sister is still in high school, I think, or just out of high school. Talk about Nancy's sister, that's different. In the middle of a sentence, Nancy switched to Spanish and Amalia started speaking Spanish too. Suddenly, Nancy went back to English and apologized to Sunny and Dawn and me. I guess she could tell by the expression on our faces that we didn't understand what she and Amalia were saying. When we were walking to our next class, Dawn said she thought Nancy was nice. She is, Amalia said. Then I said I thought Nancy and Justin were going out. Amalia and Nancy hadn't mentioned it to her. Maybe that's Maybe that was because Nancy knew that Justin and Maggie had a thing, Dawn suggested. But that's history, I said, and it wasn't much of a thing anyway. Then I changed the subject. Amalia gave me a look that said, you just changed the subject, but she let me get away with it. I wish I could tell Amalia about the confused feelings I have for Justin, but I don't have the words to explain them. I can't even explain it in my diary. I am in Spain without the S. My brother and I say that all of the time. My jaw popped a little bit. Could you hear that on the microphone? That was gross. I'm so sorry. Thursday, 4/29. I'm so nervous about going to band rehearsal. Justin will be there, and are we going to ignore each other? Won't everyone notice? How can we go on being in the same band? Meanwhile, Justin probably does not think anything is weird. Counting. You, me, and Nancy makes 3. Her plus you makes 2. 1, 2, 3. Was it ever you plus me? 1, 2. What am I supposed to do? 1. That feels like a more emo version of that song Count on Me by Bruno Mars, which has always annoyed me and I have no idea why. It's a completely inoffensive song. It just, I don't know. I don't know why. I think it just played so much when it was first on the air that I just got really annoyed with how much I was hearing it. 9:30 p.m. Rehearsal was way too weird, and Amalia and I got Rico's garage. When Amalia and I got to Rico's garage, Justin was already in his usual spot, turning up his guitar. I thanked everyone for changing practice for me. Yes, you and me and George. Rico, Patty, and Bruce said things like, no problem. Justin didn't even look up from his guitar. I knew then for sure that he had seen me seeing him kiss Nancy. After going over our old material, we practiced a couple new songs. When Rico called a break, I stayed at the piano and waited to see where Justin would go. But he didn't budge either. I figured he was waiting to see where I went so he could continue to avoid me. Meanwhile, Amalia and Rico huddled in a corner to go over some vanished paperwork, and Patty and Bruce made a beeline for the snacks. Justin fiddled with his guitar. I finally stood up and made my way to the garage entrance, which was as far as I could tell, as far from Justin without leaving altogether. Let me try that again. As far as I could be from Justin without leaving altogether. I heard someone behind me. I turned around and found myself face to face with Justin. He handed me a soda. I took it, said thanks, and turned around again. How's it going? He asked. Fine, I answered without looking at him. Big party at your house tomorrow. Yeah, was all I replied. I didn't say how I hate those parties. I don't know if I ever told Justin that. What did we talk about when we were going out? Maggie, I think I should explain, he said, about Nancy. I put up my hand to stop him and said, you don't have to explain anything to me, really. But I want to. I was going to tell you, and then you saw I faced him and made myself smile. Justin, that's great. You and Nancy, she's terrific. I guess we're sort of going out, he said. Let's go, guys, Rico called. We have a lot of material to cover. Can I just say, Justin's over here like, I guess we're going out. Meanwhile, you know that poor Nancy, who is sweet to everybody, is over here being like, oh my God, we're gonna get married. And he's over here like, I guess we're going out. I don't know. Yes, Austin. Light the lamp, not the lit rat, not the I covered Muppet Classic, or sorry, I did cover Muppet Classic Theater, but I think it was my first Christmas on YouTube. Maybe it was my second. Um, Muppet Christmas Carol, which is my favorite Christmas Carol to this day. I absolutely love it. I just genuinely, aside from just loving the Muppets, I just genuinely think they nailed the tone and everything important about Christmas Carol. Um, and yes, I do. I love Rizzo and I love Gonzo, and I think about that all of the time. Muppet Christmas Carol is just so good. It's just good. It's just there's no complaints to be had about that version of A Christmas Carol. The Muppets give them the freedom to like um depict all of the ghosts correctly, I think. And then it's really grounded by why am I forgetting every famous person's name? Scrooge. Scrooge in that movie. You know who I'm talking about. He grounds it so well by just treating all the Muppets like regular actors and just giving it his best. Kermit. For the Ghost of Christmas Yet to Come. So good. Oh, so good. So good. Favorite quote from Kermit. There's no not this boat. Michael Caine, thank you. Sorry. The legendary Michael Caine that I forgot his name for a second. Of the Scrooge walks after his death. Yep. It's really great. It's just great. The music is great. There's just enough comedy, which I think Dickens would have appreciated because people forget that It's meant to be a very kind of dark satirical comedy about wealth inequality. I think he would appreciate that they kept a little bit of the humor instead of just making it dead serious, but they're also very um, good about the serious parts and not making it into a joke. It's just fantastic. It's fantastic. I need to just do more Muppet stuff. I've covered lots of Jim Henson stuff, and it'll never be enough until unless the day comes where I can say I've covered it all, which surely I never will. Like the part where he leans on the window. Mm. I know, and I love that they use Bean for that. Bean is an underrated puppet. So cute. Where was I? Let's go, guys, Rico called. We have a lot of material to cover. Coming, I replied, then flashed Justin a parting smile and went back into the garage ahead of him. The first number we played after the break was touching. It killed me to have to sing it. I'd been thinking of Justin when I wrote it. Now all I could think was, it's true. Justin was kissing Nancy. There's no romance in between him and me anymore. How am I supposed to pretend I have all these romantic feelings when I sing? That was one unpleasant band practice, and Dad's big party is tomorrow night. Urgh. I thought I was going to have fun this spring. Well, spring's still early. Give it time. Friday, 4:30, 6 o'clock p.m. Just saw Justin and Nancy walking hand in hand in the hall today. Forced myself to smile as I passed them. This would have been easier if Justin had told me about Nancy before I saw them kissing, I think. Have to get ready for the party. Raul, Mom's hairdresser, makeup person, is here. Mom said he's going to do my hair and makeup too. I hate this. Yes, and yes. Daniel has frequently brought up the fact that Maggie's mom would be a real housewife, and she absolutely would. 7 o'clock p.m. Ducky just called. He pretended he was a French waiter who was working at the party and he had lost the address. So I'll be right over then, Mies Bloom, he said with the fake French accent. There's my phone again. It was Sunny. She called to tell me to have fun tonight. Asked me how my dress looked. I told her I didn't have it on yet. Well, put down the phone and put on the dress, she said. I'll wait. After I slipped the dress over my head and shouted towards the phone, It's on! I'm putting on the shoes! I picked up the phone and told her I was ready. How do you look? Sunny asked. Okay. I checked myself out in the mirror. I looked good. How could I have thought I was fat back when I was a whole size smaller? Just okay. Okay isn't good enough. The dress is perfect, I told her. Have fun tonight, Mags, she said. You're so cool around all these big deal people. I admire that. I told her it was only because I knew they aren't big deals. Damn, Maggie. That's the other thing I admire about you. That was really sweet, and I knew she meant it. I'm so lucky to have great friends. Just heard a limo pull up to the house. Time to make my appearance in the role of Hayden Bloom's lovely daughter. What did I miss? Talking about Muppets. Very good thing to talk about. The new trailer for the Mayhem Disney Plus series is out and looks like a fun show starring the Electric Mayhem. Oh, that's cool. I'm excited. Netflix was still CDs. My mom would get the Muppets on CD and we would watch as a all. Super cute. Back when I did my Twilight Zone Tower of Terror movie cover, the one that the Disney Channel movie from the 90s, I had to use Netflix CDs for the first time. Like they sent it to me in the mail because it was the only place at the time that I could find it. And I think nowadays it's on somebody uploaded it to YouTube. So I think it can be watched there, but at the time it was not there. And the only place I could find it was by being like, Netflix, please send me a CD, please. Ducky is reminding me of David Diggs as Lafayette, fake French accent. Yes, yes. Um, I feel like a Diggs type would be because David Diggs is too, he's obviously not a teenager, but like somebody that has that type of personality would be fantastic for Ducky. Ducky's just great. He gives me like Joe Keery energy too. But yes, they do still do that. They do still send DVDs. You're right. Sorry, they're not CDs. They're DVDs. Um, you're correct. I apologize. They used to have a separate service. Unsure if they still do it. They do still do it. As of 2 years ago, they still did it. I believe they still do. And these are for ripping music. Oh yeah, I lived through the mid 2000s. Right, 9:30 p.m. What a boring party, and it's not over yet. Dad has taken everyone to the screening room to see scenes from movies that inspired him to produce Love Conquers All. I snuck up here to write in my journal. I want to remember. I want to remember what happened so far so I can tell my friends tomorrow. They'll want to hear every last detail. The scriptwriters arrived first, next the costume designer and her assistant, then the director, Vance Vanders Vandersby, and his wife. Vance is totally obnoxious. I noticed tonight that he pretends he's interested in you, but he's really looking past you to see who he should talk to next. Dad calls that working the room. I can't, I call it bad manners. Vance was asking me about school as if he cared when someone called out, Hey there. Uh, sorry, here they come. Conversation stopped mid sentence and everyone headed towards the front door. A white stretch limo was pulling up. My dad jumped outside and opened the back door of the limo. Felicia Hope stepped out. She was wearing a slinky, short, hot pink dress. Hayden thinks, Thanks so much, she gushed as she planted a kiss on Dad's cheek. Next came Tyler. He had on black linen pants and a short sleeved shirt with a black and gray checkered print. Dad and Tyler shook hands. Dad looked around at the rest of us once they'd come inside. You know everyone here, he said to Felicia and Tyler, except my family. Mom came forward. She seemed pretty sober. She kissed Felicia on the cheek and shook hands with Tyler. Zeke was beside Dad now. Dad signaled me to join them. He put an arm around each of us. My daughter, Maggie, Dad said, or said Dad, to be specific. A musician, I might add. Why does he do that? And my son, Zeke. He's been looking forward to talking to you, Tyler, about your work in Protect and Serve. Felicia gave me her big, phony smile and said, Hi. I mumbled, Nice to meet you. Felicia is only 17, but she looks and acts a lot older. She had on loads of makeup, spiked heels, and a look at me attitude. Well, a lot of that comes from having to because that's what happens to young girls in the industry a lot of times, unfortunately. Mia Thermopolis, a Disney princess. Technically, no, but in my heart, yes. Yeah, yeah, the there's like an official roster for Disney princesses. So technically no, but like in my heart, yes. Just like Cusco is a Disney princess in my heart and soul. and Meg from Hercules. You know, they all deserve to be princesses, but technically they're not. Um, Tyler said hi. He's 15 and is really, I have to admit, a good looking guy. If green is the true color of his eyes and if those waves in his hair are real, why does it matter? Doesn't matter. One thing is definitely real, his muscular build. I suppose he's been working out for this role. After all, he'll be wearing a bathing suit for a lot of the scenes. 15? I don't know how I feel about the tones of bathing suit for a majority of those scenes when he's 15. I wonder if he has to watch what he eats to keep that lean shape. Probably. Or maybe he's one of those people who can eat whatever he wants and still not gain weight like Justin. The head waiter invited us to Right. The head waiter invited us to come around to the patio for cocktails. The piano player had arrived and was playing Broadway show tunes. I'd already asked Dad not to ask me to play the piano under any circumstances, and he had agreed. Thank you, Dr. Fuentes, for helping me to say what I want and don't want. Yay, therapy is great. Dad introduced me to more people. I've met a lot of them at other parties, but I never remember their names, and I never know. Oh my goodness. What to talk about. Especially when they say things like, "You've certainly grown," or "Wow, Hayden, she's turning into a real beauty." Here's the comment. Ugh. Here's the comment I hate the most. If she were my daughter, I'd lock her up until she was 18. I hate when people say stuff like that. I wanted to reply, if you were my father, I'd want you locked up until I was 18, but I kept quiet, still playing the part of the good daughter. At dinner, I sat between Felicia and one of the scriptwriters. Zeke was next to Tyler. Tyler seemed to be talking or listening only to Zeke, who was showing him his handy his handy. Vance and Felicia share the award for yakking the most during dinner. Even Dad couldn't outtalk them. Vance was mostly talking about Dad and how great he is. No wonder Dad let him go on for so long. Felicia talked endlessly about the trip to some fancy Caribbean island, about the famous people she hung out with, and the expensive restaurants and trendy bars they all went to. I told Tyler he should have come with us, Felicia said. She smiled at him. You could have practiced your surfing for the movie, Ty. I looked up and smiled back at her. Well, maybe I should have come, he said. Dad looked from Felicia to Tyler. I know he was hoping their smiles were a sign that Tyler and Felicia are, or soon will be, romantically involved. You can't buy that kind of publicity. Felicia suddenly turned to me. Now tell me about you, she said. How's school? Okay, I answered. She explained that she's been tutored since 5th grade and she wondered what it was like to go to regular school. She asked me a lot of questions. I also don't know what it's like to go to regular school, and I would ask my friends when I would have friends like in youth group. When I knew other kids from youth group, I would ask them um, what regular school was like. It's really lame. When she asked what goes on in the hallways, I had a flash memory. Hi, Perry. Come on. Hi, Perry. You cannot lay on the computer. We're having a pretty good tech night so far. Maybe this Felicia girl will be nice. She seems nice. She hasn't done anything wrong yet. Perry, do. Perry, what did I say? What did I say was the one thing you shouldn't be doing? And what are you doing, Perry? Had her claws dug in. Perry on the mic. People can actually hear you purr now. Perry, don't lick the microphone. you have anything you want to say to them, Perry, now that the microphone is so close to your face? Dooby dooby doo wah doo. Hey, Jen, pee! Ah. Perry loves to lay on the computer because it's warm and she thinks it's her own personal heating pad, which I get it, but like if she lays on the wrong button, something could go terribly wrong, including the stream could just stop. Perry eating the mic because the mic can go. Isn't there? Yes. My cat does that all the time. Perry the catapus. Yes, Perry the catapus apparently wants to be. Apparently, she wants to be an ASM artist because that the the purring on the mic was very tingly. I wasn't expecting that. Semi-neurotic door kicking mammal of action. Yes, she is. Semi-neurotic is generous, honestly. We love her dearly, though. You should try putting a heating pad or foot warmer somewhere else in the room so she can hang out. I've thought of that. I need to ask my mom. I know we have some, especially for like when we have kittens and we don't have kitten fosters right now, so I'll just ask her if I can borrow one. Okay, where am I? When she asked, "What goes on in the hallways?" I had a flash of memory of Justin and Nancy walking hand in hand. I didn't include hand holding in my answer, but I did try to answer Felicia's question as best I could. She was so interested and was really paying attention to what I said. I wondered if maybe I'd been wrong about her. Maybe she was a real person under that act. Maybe she wished she could lead a more normal life. Dad overheard us and told Felicia and anyone else who would listen about Vanish and what a fabulous musician I was. How charming, said Felicia. She smiled at everyone at the table proudly and she smiled at everyone at the table and proudly announced, Hayden's daughter is telling me about her school. I'm doing research for the film. That's our Felicia, Vance announced. A true professional. A true phony is more like it. Felicia wasn't interested in me. She was just using me for research. I mean, she could be doing both. She could be interested and also be taking notes. You don't know. The screening will be over soon, so I better get back downstairs. 11:30 p.m. I won't tell my friends what happened next tonight, but I'm going to write about it. Otherwise, I might not believe it happened at all. After finishing that last entry in my journal, I left my room to return to the party. As I passed Zeke's room, I heard a voice, but it wasn't Zeke's. The door was halfway open, so I peeked to see who was in there. In the mirror over Zeke's bureau, I saw the reflection of Tyler standing in the corner of the room. How about it? He was saying. You said you'd do this for me. Are you going to? I was trying to figure out who Tyler was talking to. Then he looked up and saw me watching in the mirror. He sort of waved. I took a step into the room and looked around. No one else was in there. Sorry, Tyler said. Zeke brought me up here to see his turtles. He pointed to Zeus and Jupiter. They're cute. I had turtles back home. I gave them to my brother Teddy when I left. Teddy's Zeke's age. I looked around the room again, but where's Zeke? I asked. He, went to the screening. Tyler was blushing with embarrassment. I was amazed. Your father already showed me those film clips when he signed me on for Love Conquers All, so I thought I could come up here to rehearse tomorrow's scene. He shrugged his shoulders. I get really nervous before I start a new movie. Actually, I'm nervous all the way through the shoot. I was caught off guard. He was being so honest. I'm a wreck whenever this band I'm in performs. I told him, everyone else is acting cool, but I'm a bundle of nerves. I can't hide it. Tyler asked me what I did in the band. I told him I play the keyboard and sing. No wonder you have stage fright, he said. You're singing in front of a live audience. That's scary and a lot harder than what I do. But there are all those people on the movie set where you act, I pointed out, and millions of people are going to see the movie. Hey, he said with a laugh, you're making me even more nervous. I need help. I couldn't believe it. He was asking me for help. Okay, I said, what do you usually do to calm yourself down? Rehearse. I feel like I'm a little more in control if I'm rehearsing. I said it sounded like he was rehearsing the scene in which his character, JB, Surfer Boy, is trying to convince the studious guy, Tom, to tutor him so he can impress Vivian, Brains, in history class. You read the script? Tyler asked. I nodded. Do you like it? I was shocked. Why would Tyler Kendall want to know what I thought of the script? It's okay. What do you think of it? I said diplomatically. You're the one who has to be JB. It's okay, he agreed, but I have to find more of the character than what's on the page. That's my job. I'm sure you can, I said, and I was. I've seen Tyler in other movies. He's good. He tapped his hand nervously against his leg and said, Thanks. I sure hope you're right. Tyler looked so nervous, I felt sorry for him. And before I knew it, I'd offered to help him rehearse. I sat on the desk. He handed me the script. I read Tom's part. I lowered my voice so that I'd sound more like a guy. Helping Tyler rehearse was really fun. He was nice and normal, not like Felicia. He gave me the pages for another scene. It was the one in which JB rescues Vivian. Vivian, you saved my life. I would have drowned if you hadn't pulled me out. JB, you were really easy to save. You know, maybe you could have even made it back by yourself. Vivian, I couldn't. I can't swim. JB, you're shivering. Puts a towel around her shoulders. There, that's better. Vivian, thank you. None of this is formatted like a correct script and that's bothering me, but I'm sorry. He's 15, Milo, so, you know. Actually, a pretty appropriate age difference if this is the love interest, which I assume it is for Maggie, given Anne M. Martin's tendencies to have big age differences for her characters. Really into Heathers as a kid before the musical came out. I love Heathers. Um, Hi, Adrielle. I just saw your message. Welcome. She's simping. To say she's chaotic door kicking. um, Avery as one of the ballroom people in Labyrinth. That would be so cool. JD just stands for just dude. Yeah. Just dude. Had crushes on the serial killer boy, and I was like, you don't get it. Yes. Yeah, you don't have a crush on the serial killer boy. That's kind of the point. An age appropriate love interest in my California diaries. Is younger than me by 10 years, but we're both adults, so I think it's yeah, it's different if you're adults, right? It's if you're adults, then you can make your own decisions. I'm never going to tell an adult what to do. And I don't think that's the same thing at all. But when you're 13 and your boyfriend is 17, then you're like, that's a little bit. Alicia's 2 years older than JD. She's 17 and he's 15. Let's see. Yeah, like my grandparents had like a 15-year age gap, but they were both adults already. Yeah, that's the difference. Age gap, you know, obviously it case by case. Some couples are more functional than others, but age gaps between adults is um fine. It's the age gaps when it's still high school characters that is so creepy to me. Under 25 people dating in their 30s and beyond. Questionable. I mean, it depends on the 25-year-old and it depends on the 30-something-year-old, right? I mean, Apt is my nemesis. I've seen too many reality shows to know it never goes well. I mean, I know some people that are like 25 and they ended up with somebody who was like in their 30s and it actually went really well and they're actually really good for each other. It just depends. I mean, just depends. Yeah, Leonardo DiCaprio thing is weird because he's always dating women that are way, way, way too young for him, and it's such a pattern. And what Adriel said, it's usually like a power thing. That's true. It depends on like, whoops, Christ, sorry. Things are going fast. It also depends on when they meet for the first time. Like, were they both over 25 when they met or not? Because that's a big difference. Yeah, true. Very, very true. There's a lot of factors that go into age gap relationships and like whether or not they're healthy. And I'm not by any means an expert on that. But just my personal opinion. Like, I'm not going to be like, oh, two adults who are, there's an age gap. I'm going to be, you know, giving an opinion on that. But it's just when it's minors, that's where I very much will give you an opinion. This lady who told me her sister got married at 16 to a 26-year-old. Oh, that's creepy. Date anyone more than 2 years younger than me. And she was like, and they're still happily married. Oh boy. Like 25 and up is fine, but under 25 when brains are still finishing developing. I mean, that's fair. It's like, wow, that's horrifying. 20-year-old says you should date. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Exactly. Yeah, that age gap means a lot less the older you get, you know? When you're a teenager and you're still like growing up, it's different. Adult age gaps are less of a power issue in and of themselves usually. Yes. That's a much better way than I could have put it, Adriel. I agree with that completely. Creeped out. That's creepy. Um, Great aunt married at 17. It happened a lot back in the day. She was a great grandmother by 45. That's bizarre to think about, isn't it? Oh my goodness. Okay, sorry. Continuing on with the book. I'm really meandering my way through this book because it's a shorter book than we usually get. One and two, it's just a lot less sad. So I'm reveling in the less sad. When we were practicing the scene, Tyler used the blanket at the end of Zeke's bed for the towel. He gave my shoulders a little squeeze when he put it around them. I looked up at him and our gaze locked for an instant. I'm glad I met you, he whispered. I looked down at the script. That line wasn't there. He was saying it to me for real. But was it real? Ooh. Or did he add the line so he'd understand his character better? He is an actor, after all. Tyler, you up here? Wait, sorry, let me try that again. Tyler, you up here? Someone called. It was Felicia. I dropped the blanket from around my shoulders as she came into the room. What are you two doing? Hiding away in here. She put her hands on Tyler's shoulders and cooed. Everyone's looking for you, honey. They sent me to scout. I'm supposed to bring you back alive. Then let's go, he said, following her out of the room. He turned and winked at me. Thanks, Maggie, for showing me the turtles. Turtles, exclaimed Felicia. How quaint. Turtles. Is that what the last 15 minutes had been about for him? Probably wasn't. I was imagining that the time had been about something more than. Was I imagining that the time had been about something more than turtles? I just don't know. I looked around Zeke's empty room like the walls could give me answers, but the walls weren't talking, so I went back downstairs myself. But the time I reached the living room, or by the time I reached the living room, Tyler was at the center of a small circle. He was total movie star again. Mara Davis, the assistant director and the film started talking to me. She likes a lot of the same music that I like. I told her about Vanish, and she told me about a rock band she was in when she was my age. I feel awful admitting this, but even as I was talking to Mara, I was thinking about Tyler. He's an actor, I told myself. He turned on the charm. He isn't really glad to meet me. He met me. He isn't really glad he met me. People started to leave. The party was finally winding down. Mara asked for a tape of the band. I ran upstairs for it. When I returned, I noticed that Tyler was looking around the room. He spotted me and smiled. Maggie, thanks for the rehearsal with me. Thanks for rehearsing with me, he said. It helped. I'm not so nervous anymore. Really? You're cured? For now, anyway. I'm really glad I met you. He smiled again. It was like there was a current of energy running between us. This is ridiculous. Girls. Girl, he's trying to be subtle in front of Felicia. I know. He's a movie star. I hate movie stars. Oh, girl. Maggie. He tried so hard. Great grandmother by 55, but still, that's weird to think about. That is strange. 40. Yes, her. Dream was the ballroom. Sarah wanted to be an adult and do adult things because of the divorce. Your stepmom baby to her life. Yes, there's a big the underlying story in Labyrinth about like becoming an adult and like being in a transitional phase between like childhood and adulthood is a big theme. Calm down, squeezy shoulder man. I don't think he did it in a weird way. I think he did it in a he likes her way. She seemed into it. Oh, salacious. Happening. Yeah, Labyrinth. The mother was her stepmother, right? So her dad had been divorced and remarried. I think that's how I remember it anyway. Sarah comes off a little bratty and a bit younger than 16. She does. That's very much the point in my opinion. Oh, the mom had died. Forgot that. I thought it was a divorce. Hi, Paulo. Not everyone entirely acts their age in reality. You can see that. Yeah, because it's basically a story about her having to like mature. So like she has to learn to like stop doing selfish things in lieu of doing things for her brother and like putting her brother and family first and all that stuff. So it is very annoying when you first watch the movie, but once you're like, I get it. I get what they're doing with this. It's actually pretty clever, I think. Or how old my parents or grandparents were when they were married, but my grandmother, great grandmother, and mother all had their first kid from 29 to 31. I remember I've talked about this before. 23 was a rough year for me, like existentially, because when I was about to turn 23, my mom was like, "Oh, that's how old I was when I got married." And my grandmother at the same time goes, "Oh, that's how old I was when I had your mom." And I had this moment where I was like, I'm single and nowhere near either of those life milestones, and I just had like this existential moment of like, "Oh my god." I love the movie a lot, but Sarah at the beginning of the movie is annoying and definitely needs character development ahead of her. Mm-hmm. Yep, very much so. The bog of eternal stench. That's funny, Bernie. I'm still not used to your new NPR voice. I hope it's good and not annoying. I very much like this sound. Like, I very much like that it's much more clear and measured. I think I like it a lot. I'm just still getting used to having to monitor the proper kind of microphone for this kind of thing. I did this for 3 years with a microphone that was not built to be a podcast YouTube streaming microphone. The whoops, baby. Voice is excellent. Thank you. I looked and looked and looked and looked and looked, trying to find and trying to get Spencer's advice on what kind of microphone would be good for my specific voice and like where it ends up in range. You sound all professional. Like, thank you. That's the point. That's the general target goal. Um, Also, this microphone is a really nice microphone. It got it on sale, and I ended up getting 2 of them, um, for they were like $50, so I ended up getting 2 for 100, which is an amazing deal on a professional microphone, and it means that when we do the podcast, we'll all be on the same me and the guests of each week will be on the same microphone, so it'll sound all good. ASMR Avery. Spencer says I should take the 2 microphones and set them up so that I can do stereo, so I can do ASMR readings and have a channel called Avery Whispers about stuff. From WBEZ Chicago, this is The American Life. I'm Avery Vandenhouten. Stay with us. My dad was on the radio back in the 90s, so I hope he would approve. I don't know that he ever watches any of these streams. I have not seen the 3rd one yet. I started the 2nd one, Patrick. That's the one thing I need to get used to is not hitting the microphone. I'm so sorry. Annie Louisa is such an old grouch. What would any Anne property be without the old grouch energy? American Life is very deadpan and hearing your enthusiasm is hilarious. Thank you. I've never listened to the American Life. I don't actually know that. Oh my gosh. That's funny. Um okay. So she's written another poem slash song slash what have you. Avery silently whispers in her microphone, trying not to be caught by her family members watching Beauty and the Beast. Oh, my family all knows about Beauty and the Beast. I was like, guys, you'll never believe what I'm recording upstairs right now. And they're like, that's not a thing. And I'm like, it's a thing. And my mom was like, oh, dear Lord, good luck to you. Whoa, do you guys hear that thunder? That was insane. Fun thing about noise canceling headphones, you can't hear the storm outside until something really loud happens. All right. Starlight, star bright, the last star this is called To the Last Star. Starlight, star bright, the last star I see tonight. I wish I may, I wish I might forget the star I saw tonight. Your light isn't real, and neither is the feel of your hand on my shoulder. You don't mean what you say. They're lines from the script you have to learn so you can earn $1 zillion like my dad. Starlight, star bright, the last star I see tonight. Wait, what is that? Okay. I'm not sure what her rhyming scheme was there in the middle. She lost me, but you know. Starlight, star bright, the last star I see tonight. I wish I may, I wish I might forget the star I see tonight. Or saw tonight, sorry. I want to forget Tyler. Did I ever have that buzzy connected feeling with Justin? Not like that. Well, forget Tyler, Maggie. Every girl in America thinks she's in love with him. You are not going to be one of them. Saturday, 5/1, 10 p.m. Spent the day at the beach with Ducky, Sunny, Dawn, Amalia, and Brendan. We had a blast. It was so good to see Sunny surfing again. Sunny and Dawn wanted to know all about the party. I told them everything except for the business with Tyler. Had this weird moment at the beach today. This real cute surfer guy waved in my direction. I thought it was JB, surfer boy. So weird. That's the character Tyler plays, not Tyler. The guy waving was JB or Tyler. It was a guy waving to someone or walking along the beach behind me. That was a sentence. What would have happened if it was Tyler? Would he have liked my friends? Would they like him? Does he like me? I have to stop thinking about Tyler. Sunday, 5/2, 6 o'clock p.m. There was a message on my machine from Tyler. Couldn't believe it. Here it is. Maggie, it's Tyler. Listen, it was so great to meet you. I've been wondering if you could come around the set sometime this week. We're shooting in Sound Studio 4. There are a lot of downtime on a movie, but of course there's a lot of downtime on a movie, but of course you know that. Anyway, I thought it'd be a chance for us to talk, so I'll see you. I hope. Yes, I'll go. Of course I'll go. Tomorrow I'm working at the shelter after school. I'll go on Tuesday. I'm crazy. This is crazy. Well, it's no big deal that he invited me, but I'll just drop by and see the set. After all, this is my father's movie. Dad'll love it if I show. Oh, excuse me. If I show some interest. Talking, guys, I looked away for 2 seconds. What are we talking about? Sorry. I just read Bernie's message. Back to America Top 40 with Casey Kasem, and that made me laugh. Okay, I'm caught up. To Google. Mm. It all started when I said Linda Hamilton's husband left her when she was pregnant. Oh, I didn't know that. That's sad. Okay. Well, it's no big deal that he invited me, but I'll just drop by. I already read this. Dad'll love it if I show some interest. Okay. Tuesday, 4 o'clock p.m. Here I am on the set of Love Conquers All. I'm writing this while they're shooting a classroom scene. They'll probably shoot it 1,000 times. I haven't been on a movie set in ages. 5 fancy trailers are lined up outside Sound Studio 4. One of them is Tyler's. The studio is set up with a classroom, a school hallway, and a locker room. People are coming in and going in all directions. There are extras dressed in hip school clothes and technicians working on the lighting and camera locations. At first, I didn't see my father or Tyler. As I walked around, a horrible thought struck me. My father raised millions of dollars to make this movie with Tyler Kendall. Did Tyler invite me because I'm the producer's daughter? I decided to leave. As I turned around, Mara Davis called to me. She told me that she'd listened to the Vanished tape and thought it was great. Of course, I wondered if she said that because of Dad. She also told me that Tyler was in his trailer. He said to tell you that if I saw you, she showed me which trailer was his and mentioned that Felicia had left for the day if you're looking for her. I'm not looking for anyone, I said casually. I just dropped by, because my dad likes me too. Meanwhile, I was glad that Tyler was looking for me and that Felicia wasn't there. I decided to stop by Tyler's trailer on the way out only because Mara told me he was expecting me. I was about to knock on the trailer door when it opened and a man came out. He had on a fancy suit and was carrying a briefcase. I said hello and started to walk past him into the trailer. He put out an arm to block me. Whoa, he said, not so fast. No fans, no autographs. Let's go. He took my arm to lead me down the trailer steps. I pulled my arm away. I was invited here, I told him, by Tyler. I'm Hayden Bloom's daughter. I have never, ever dropped my dad's name like that. I hated that I did that. I hoped to never do it again, but it worked. The man, I mean, if it's a choice between that and literally being thrown out of a place where you were invited to be, I mean, just do it. It's fine. It's true. The man's annoyed expression morphed into a big smile. He reminded me of the salesperson at Rudolph's. Nice to meet you, Ms. Bloom, he said as he stepped aside. Go right in. I did, without saying thank you or excuse me as I passed him. I looked around the front room of the trailer. No one was there, so I followed the sound of rock music coming from the back of the trailer. It was an old Rolling Stones cut, a favorite of mine. I suddenly felt very bold. Tyler was just another guy. All the rest of it was show business, including the over the top fancy trailer. It's true. Usually, like half of the time, like all the specific like perks and things that actors get are really just things that their agents ask for just so they can be able to be like, did you see what I got for so and so when they're like trying to sign new clients? He sounds like he was an NPC when you show him something like a crown and then he's like, Master Maggie, please forgive me. Yes. Texas says, I did find a list of birds that show homosexual tendencies. I looked down from chat for 2 seconds, guys. Ah, yes, the wonders of ADHD. It starts at celebrity drama and ends at Oh my god. Oh my god. What happened to our sweet, sweet chat? Yeah, have you guys ever seen The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel where she's like, "You gotta have an ask." She's like, "But I don't want anything." She's like, You have to. I'm your manager. I have to be able to say that I got you something." So she gets her, she tells him that she wants a ton of yellow teddy bears in every single room that they go to on the stop. And she's like, "But I don't even like yellow." She's like, "But why teddy bears?" She's like, "I don't know. I panicked." Plant Zaddy happened. Yes, it was the nexus of our pain. It's true. Being gay is naturally occurring in um, nature and the animal kingdom. I didn't think that's what we would be talking about when I started this stream, but I've learned to never be too sure, especially with live. Smash or Pass, thanks to Maddie, was also probably a pretty big Nexus event for us. Yes. Oh God, don't make me think about Alex Jones when I'm having a genuinely good night. I'm kidding. Um, Tyler, I called. It's me, Maggie. I walked into the back room. Tyler was sitting at a desk with his back to me. He was reading a book. When I called his name again, I startled him so that he almost fell off his chair. He steadied himself and turned around to face me. Oh my goodness. Sorry, I scared you, I shouted. He picked up a remote control and killed the music. I was doing my history homework, he said shyly. It's not a real school. It's not a real school out there, I kidded. It's a movie set. The teachers are actors. You don't have to do homework. He laughed and told me that he has to do schoolwork at least 3 hours a day when he's shooting a film. I told him I was sorry to have interrupted him. Don't be, he said. He invited me to sit down at As he threw open the door of a mini fridge, it was packed with juices, sodas, and snacks. Do you want something to drink or eat? We each took a juice and sat facing each other in leather swivel chairs. I told Tyler about the man who tried to keep me from coming in. Tyler told me he was his uncle and manager. Uncle Fred loves being a big deal. Uncle Fred and Johnny Rudder? You will only appreciate that if you were there for when we streamed Curse of Blackmore Manor. And in case you don't know, they finally announced that they're going to be releasing game number 34 in the Nancy Drew series. So, brand new Nancy Drew game after 3 years of thinking we'd never get another one. So yes, I was on the fence about whether or not I was going to do another stream series of Nancy Drew games this summer like we did last year, and kind of see if it works as an annual thing on our channel. And I think I'm definitely leaning towards yes, especially with the new game coming out. Anyway, Fred, you mean Scooby Doo Fred? Nah, Fred from Scooby Doo would never be so mean. Tyler explained, he's my chaperone, so my parents can stay home with my brother and sisters. I asked Tyler about his family then. I could tell he misses them and his friends. He said that they email a lot, but it isn't the same as being there, and that every time one of his movies comes out, his friends start acting a little weird, like they don't know what to say to him. They probably think I don't care anymore about how the SC High basketball team is doing and what's going on in their lives, he said sadly. But I do. He motioned around the fancy trailer. They'd be freaked if they saw all this. I know what you mean, I said. Sometimes I'm embarrassed when kids come to my house for the first time. The house is so huge and we have so much stuff, and why? My dad makes movies, big deal. A lot of people work even harder than he does and don't make enough to live on. Based, Maggie. Yeah, agreed Tyler. I think, who am I to make so much money and have all this attention? I'm not any better than anyone else, just luckier, but I don't always feel so lucky. And you think, how can I complain about anything when I have so much, right? Right, said Tyler softly. We looked into each other's eyes and I felt the current between us again, just like in Zeke's room. Tyler, put a move on, a gruff voice called out. They want you on the set. Tyler's Uncle Fred stood in the doorway. Of course you can come too, Ms. Bloom, he told me. Tyler said it would be great if I could come. I said yes. I could tell he really wanted me there. Practically everyone Tyler deals with wants something from him. Tyler needs friends to talk to who don't want anything from him. I'm willing to be his friend. I couldn't handle being famous. I just couldn't do it. Who would be your fan cast for a Nancy Drew project? Well, it's no secret that my dream role is Nancy Drew. So I'm always tempted to say me as Nancy Drew, but if I'm going off of actual established actors, let's think. I'll think about that. Sherlock Holmes, I love that. Tyler uses the remote control to play Chad, and then it all just goes downhill. Hallelujah, closure from the cheater Ned arc in this economy? Maybe. I really hope so. I really feel like they did what they did because they were heavily, heavily talking about it was almost past hinting, and they were just straight up talking about how Nancy and like how Ned doesn't like that Nancy hangs out with Frank because he knows that they kind of have a mutual thing for each other. And then there was that whole thing with Ned being a cheating asshole that never got resolved. So I really felt like, and then the Hardy Boys did that thing where they were like, hey, what if we all started an agency together? Like, would that be cool? I really think they were floating ideas of like moving away from like Nancy's um, formula for games and stories and seeing what this like new like Nancy and the Hardy Boys she breaks up with Ned and now she's working with the Hardy Boys kind of thing. Is a special spider to keep doing. I heard that. Yes. that. Sherlock Holmes in the 22nd century. I need to return to that. I covered that whole first episode without realizing that the guy that voices Sherlock Holmes is Jason Gray Stanford, who played Randy Disher in Monk, and now my life is turned upside down. Need you all to know discussion about the one singular frog from the it is 10:41 where I am. I know I need to get a move on to finish the last like I don't know 40% of this book, so I will. Whoops, sorry that was loud. I don't know what I kicked, but it was loud. But that's all. Just friends. Vance called a break. Then they're going to shoot the scene again. Tyler is heading my direction. More later. 6 p.m. Tyler talked to me during the break. We tried to carry on a conversation, but were constantly interrupted. Makeup and wardrobe people were all over him with touch-ups and adjustments. Last looks. Then the break was over. I knew they were going to shoot the same scene again and again, so I told Tyler I was going to leave. Can you go out to dinner with me tonight? He asked, so we can talk some more. I could pick you up at 7. Having dinner with Tyler seemed like the most natural thing in the world to do. I said, sure, without even thinking. Now I can't believe it. I have a date with Tyler? Did I just write we're only friends? I meant that. Just friends, but I'm thrilled that we're going out to dinner, just the two of us. There's so much I don't know about him. I hope that he'll talk about his friends and his life back in Santa Claus. I always worried about what to talk about with Justin. With Tyler, I'm not afraid about that at all. I've been home for half an hour, but my parents aren't here yet. I'll call Dad at work. I can't go out without telling at least one of my parents. 6:30 p.m. Dad was in his office. I told him that Tyler asked me to have dinner with him. I explained that it isn't like a date and that I think Tyler misses being around regular kids. Dad said that was probably true, but Tyler's in a strange world right now, Maggie. He said all this attention as at such a young age, going out with him isn't like going out with a boy from Vista. I told Dad I knew that, but that Tyler wants to be treated like he's just another guy. Well, he seems to have his head on his shoulders. Dad conceded. I'll say that for him. I told Dad that I have my head on my shoulders too. I hope you do, Maggie, because even going to dinner with someone as famous as Tyler can be a little bizarre, but go ahead, have a good time. Thanks, Dad. It's a school night, so I have to be home by 10. I'm going very casual in jeans. I don't want Tyler to think that I think our sort of date is a big deal. Now all I have to do is wait. Just heard Mom coming up the stairs. Have to tell her what I'm doing. 7 p.m. Mom's been drinking. Surprise. When I said I wanted to talk to her, she led me back downstairs to the bar. As she poured herself a drink, I told her that I was having dinner with Tyler and that Dad said it was okay. She took a big sip of her drink and stared at me. Are you crazy? She exclaimed. I told her it was just dinner and not a big deal. Avoid him like the plague, she said. She pounded the bar with her hand to emphasize every word. Hollywood destroys people. She took another. Where are we, Mom? What industry do we work in, Mom? She took another gulp of her drink before continuing. It destroys relationships. Showbiz people make lousy boyfriends, husbands, wives. She went on and on like that. Blah, blah, blah. I couldn't stand listening to her. Finally, I just left the room. I hate my mother. There, I said it. Well, maybe I don't hate her, but I hate the way she acts when she's drunk. I hate that she gets drunk. I hate the word hate, and I don't want to have all these negative thoughts before I see Tyler. I'm going out to go outside to wait for him. I don't want him to see my mom drunk. 10:15. I don't know how Tyler puts up with it. I must be so awful to be in the It must be so awful to be in the public eye. I only have a little taste of what he goes through all the time. Okay, Maggie, calm down and start at the beginning. When the studio limo pulled up to the house, Tyler jumped out and held the door open for me. He was so sweet. I was glad I dressed casually because he was in jeans too. Maybe they do it differently in LA. Maybe they have like limos and stuff for the studio specifically, but usually here in Georgia, fun fact, we just have like those big like these big like blackout window vans and stuff that everybody from set rides around in. I mean, to be fair, she has experience. She does. Ma'am, you're probably projecting. That could also be true. This book casually turns into Imagine's chapter. Look, honestly, I'm not even going to complain about it this much because after the sadness that was the last book, at least we're getting like a normal cutesy, oh my god, I'm 13 and there's a cute boy kind of story, right? It's not like, oh my god, a parent is actively dying. So that's really where my bar is for California Diaries right now. When do you stream? Usually, I'm really enjoying this a lot. Well, I'm glad you are, Red Domino. I stream usually, and this week I was really bad about it. I didn't put a stream schedule out for the week, but I've been trying to go week by week and put out schedules on our Discord server. Um, so if somebody wants to share the link in chat, I'm sure that that's a good place to know where I'm streaming. I always stream on Mondays. Maddie and I stream. My friend Maddie and I stream every Monday, with very, very few exceptions. We've been streaming our way through Kingdom Hearts, and we've also played Night in the Woods, and we're going to play some other games in between some of the Kingdom Hearts games when we feel like we need a break, because we've committed to playing all of Kingdom Hearts, like all of it. And then I Thursdays have been California Diaries lately. Friday has been Animorphs night, which I do with Daniel, who's in chat. Hi, Daniel. And then Saturday during the day, I've been streaming with my friend Gabe. We read Model Land by Tyra Banks, which was a terrible book, and now we're reading Imagines, which we're hoping to finish on this coming Saturday. So we can never have to read it again, and then maybe read something good after that. But I basically stream. I stream a lot lately. It just depends on what I'm able to do because I also obviously post regular videos. I have a podcast coming out. I have an actual job. I edit for other people, so I have that. So I took Tuesday, Wednesday off from streaming because I had to get caught up on some other stuff. I had to do my taxes, gross. But usually when I have time, I stream at least a few times a week. Like you can probably bank on at least 3 streams a week, 1 video a week, and it's pretty soon there's going to be 1 podcast episode a week. But yeah, and sometimes there's more. There's usually more actually. Pretty much every day but Sunday. Yeah, Texas is right. I've been pretty much streaming, with the exception of this week. I usually stream every day except for Sunday because I stream all week and I have fun, and then I get to the end of the week and I'm like, shit, I have all this other stuff I need to do, and so then Sunday is my day to like recoup. I always wanted to be in the industry, but no one encouraged me to pursue that, so it's just an unfulfilled dream. I mean, if you live in a place where they film movies, you can get in doing extra work pretty easily, and that'll give you a really good chance to see kind of how things are done. And that's something where they need people of all ages. Doesn't matter if you have a ton of experience, if you don't. Thank you, Paolo. You're the best. I just started going out for extra work, and then I started standing in after that, and you know, just did all of that on my own. Like, subscribe, and comment. Thank you, Paolo. Do all the YouTube things. But yes, we're very glad to have you, Red Domino. Yay! Welcome to the Discord. Um, Sip of my drink. When the studio limo pulled up to the house, Tyler jumped out and held the door open for me. He was so sweet. I was glad I dressed casually because he was in jeans too. He said he was sorry he was late. I told him he wasn't late and that I just felt like waiting outside. Then he told me he thought we could go to this place he heard about fish and stuff. On the way, he asked me questions about school and my friends. I knew he was asking because he wanted to know more about me. He wasn't doing research like Felicia. When we were a couple of blocks from the restaurant, he told the driver to pull over. Do you mind if we walk from here? He asked me. I said it was fine with me. I do it all the time myself. As we stepped out of the car, Tyler put on sunglasses and turned his baseball cap around so the visor shadowed his face. It was a disguise. We sat in a booth in the back of the restaurant. No one but the waiter knew that Tyler Kendall was eating there. I like how waiters around here are very cool about that sort of thing. That thing never works in real life, by the way. The hat and sunglasses, everybody's like, oh my God, that's X famous person in a sunglass, or like X, Y, or Z famous person in sunglasses and a hat. Um, I like how the waiters around here are very cool about that sort of thing. But yeah, yeah, because if you're being harassed by your waiter, you're not going to go back to that restaurant and the waiter's going to get fired. We both ordered sodas and the fish of the day. I was so relaxed with Tyler that I had no trouble eating. Oh, we ate and talked and laughed. An hour and a half went by like 10 minutes. I felt as though we could have sat there together for hours, but Tyler had to be on the set at 6:30 the next morning and I had my curfew. Tyler put his cap and glasses back on. No one in the restaurant even looked up as we walked past the other tables to the door. We didn't see the crowd of reporters waiting for us until we were outside. Flash bulbs went off in our faces. Reporters pushed another to get close to us. I deeply despise um I deeply despise paparazzis as like a as not like despise them as, not like I know them, but like I despise the profession very, very much. Don't get me started. Reporters pushed one another to get close to us. What's it like to go out with the cutest guy in America? A woman yelled as she snapped my photo. Hey girl, what's your name? Someone else shouted. Another reporter stepped on my foot. I was scared, but Tyler acted very calm. He said things like, This shoot's going great. Then he put an arm around my shoulder and whispered into my ear, Let's go. We moved quickly past the reporters. They followed us down the street, snapping pictures and shouting questions. When we reached the corner, Tyler signaled to the limo driver. He zoomed over to us. We jumped in and slammed the door shut. Who is she? I heard someone yell as the limo took off. I was out of breath and felt like crying. Tyler was breathless too. I don't know how they knew where I was. Well, see, anybody can tip off the paparazzi anytime. That's the fun thing about paparazzi. You never know who's going to tip them off. I say this like the paparazzi have ever cared about me. They don't, but paparazzi just piss me off, just as principle. I don't remember when Bjork beat the shit out of a reporter. I told him it was okay, but I didn't feel okay. Then I remembered this happened to Tyler all the time. I hate it when they treat me like that, he said as if he'd read my mind. It's like I don't have my own life. So why do you do it? I blurted out. You can go back to Santa Claus. Because I love acting, he said quietly. I felt sorry that I'd been so rude to him and said so. I'm the one who's sorry, he replied. Um, I asked you I asked you out for a quiet dinner and look what happened. It isn't fair to you. It's okay, I said softly. It's over. We were safe from the reporters. We were alone. There was no Felicia, no Uncle Fred, no makeup artist, no directors. Tyler opened the roof and we leaned back and looked at the star studded sky. We were sitting so close that we touched when the limo turned corners. We didn't talk much. We just watched the stars. I took a deep breath. I've never felt so happy. When we pulled up in front of my house, Tyler asked me if I'd come to the shoot after school on Friday. I said yes. I can't wait to see him again. Oh, this is so cute. This better not turn sad. Eat pig. Hoodies definitely don't usually work. That's the thing about like if you're a super famous person, people are going to recognize you no matter what. And the more you try to obscure how you look, the more people are going to look at you and be like, "Why is that person wearing a hoodie in the middle of July?" No worries, Red Domino. We like our server. It's totally fine. We have fun over there. We're a small little tight knit community. Good night, Austin. See you later. Yeah, some journalist lady like followed her after she turned down an interview, and Bjork just turned around and jumped on the lady and started beating her up because she'd been harassing her for days. Jesus. It's Anna and Martin. It's always sad. I know. I just find it so annoying when paparazzi are like, "Well, I mean, we keep the celebrities relevant." It's like, yeah, ask Britney Spears how she feels about how all the joyous things the paparazzi did for her in her life. The Superman trick, just wear glasses and no one will know. We'll do the Hannah Montana thing. Just wear a wig with a different hair color, and then no one will ever put together that you were the most famous person in the world. Yeah, I don't condone violence at all. But with that being said, I also don't condone stalking people for a living and then pretending like you're doing a job. Literally, I couldn't handle being famous. I'd be beating pops up left and right. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no. No, that time that Brittany took a what did she take? She took an umbrella to a paparazzi's car and everybody was like, "Can you believe it?" And it's like, especially now knowing like how much they were harassing her, it's like, yeah, yeah, I can believe it. Very much so. They also were blocking her in and they weren't letting her leave. And may I add, death to Dawn. Yes. Dawn would absolutely justify paparazzi. Wednesday, 5/5, 12:30 p.m. I found a private spot in the library behind the stacks where no one will see me. If I'd known what was going to happen in school today, I would have cut. Oh. Jill was waiting for me at my locker when she saw me. She started jumping up and down and squealing like she was going to have a fit or something. She held up a newspaper and shrieked, "How come you didn't tell me? I can't believe it." Just then, Sunny and Dawn appeared. Sunny took the paper from Jill and looked at it. "Maggie, you had a date with Tyler," she exclaimed. "How come you didn't tell us?" I remembered the reporters outside the restaurant. "It just sort of happened," I said, "and it wasn't a—" "Wow, Maggie," Dawn interrupted. "This picture, you look so surprised." "Yeah, 'cause the paparazzi are in her face, dumbass Dawn." A small crowd was gathering around us. I felt as trapped and embarrassed as I had the night before with the reporters. Amalia showed up and asked what was going on. I have to go," I mumbled. Sunny thrust the new newspaper in front of Amalia. "Didn't you see it?" she asked. I looked down at the paper. There I was in living newspaper color, leaving the restaurant. I have a startled look on my face. Tyler, on the other hand, is smiling for the cameras. "And look at this, Maggie," said Jill, pointing to the article. "Lana Brett wrote about you in her column." Sunny read the part about Tyler and me out loud. By now, a whole bunch of girls had gathered around us. Here's what Lana Brett wrote. "So where was America's number one teenage heartthrob? I also hate gossip columnists. The whole ooh, it makes me so annoyed." Yeah, Britney Spears has had to deal with a lot. Leave Britney alone. It's the truest thing that's maybe ever been said on the internet. People wouldn't leave her alone for a second. No. They would fix on YouTube that borderline stalks. Oh, I've seen that. I've seen Danny Gonzalez and a couple other people talk about it. It's fucking weird. And I don't know why we're all just like, not like we, but like the Hollywood Reporter is a huge channel. And I'm just like, can somebody stop this, please? How is this not just straight up illegal? Because being a paparazzi isn't illegal. They at least finally have passed laws in like LA and I think in the UK that like you can't just like take a picture of, depending on where you are, you can't take a picture of the children of famous people without like at least obscuring their face or like making sure that they're somehow out of the picture or whatever. Danny Gonzalez is incredible. He was one of the reasons I wanted to start YouTubing because I was just like, this looks so fun and I can never be as good as this guy, but I want to do that. Painted on me. It's justified. Yeah. I have not heard of the movie Paparazzi. Sorry. So this is what a gossip columnist wrote about a literal child. So where was America's number one teenage heartthrob last night? Not with Felicia Hope, and not with his swanky LA apartment rehearsing for tomorrow's big shoot of Love Conquers All. Tyler Kendall was on a date with Maggie Bloom, the pretty daughter of the film's producer, Hayden Bloom. They were seen leaving fish and stuff at 9:30 last night. Tyler looked thrilled with his newest catch, but where does that leave his fabulous co-star Felicia? Out to sea? We'll keep an eye out for the next chapter in Tyler's adventures in the Sea of Love. LUV. Everybody spells it like that in this book. And then the worst part is that if that happened now, you'd have most people on the internet just being like, they probably were just doing it for a publicity stunt. And it's like, and you're the one caring about a teenager's dating life or anybody's dating life? Anyway, poor Maggie. And poor, what's the guy's name? I already forgot. Tyler. Poor Tyler. I was so humiliated that tears sprang to my eyes. The girls around me oohed and awed, and then Justin showed up and asked what was going on. Everyone suddenly became silent, and Sunny put the paper behind her back. Nothing, Jill said between giggles. Jill shook her head. Justin shook his head as if to say, girls can be so silly. Then he walked away. I grabbed my book, slammed my locker shut, and headed down the hall. Amalia and Dawn and Sunny caught up with me and walked to walked to homeroom together. They tried to calm me down, but I was in shock, and didn't even hear what anyone was saying anymore. Why was Tyler so friendly to the reporters? Maybe he likes the publicity. No, it's because he has to, because if he shows anything but happiness, people are going to say he was rude to them. I hate being the subject of a stupid gossip column. I'm skipping the cafeteria. I can't deal with people right now. Amalia just came into the library. She's looking all around. I suppose she's checking up on me. But they also used gratuitously in the club journal. Copy. We need to read. We've only read what, two original Babysitters Club on this channel, and I have a ton of them. We should keep reading them. Maggie does need a hug and a snack, yes. All the chocolate she's comfortable with, yes. And it repels Tookie away. You didn't watch Model Land streams with us, you don't appreciate that, but those who know, you know. 11:15 p.m. Amalia found me. I blew off some steam by telling her everything I was feeling. What am I doing with him? I asked Amalia. I hate movie stars. You can't hate all of them, Amalia replied. That's prejudiced. He seemed so real, Amalia. I confessed. I mean, like a real person, which he is, she reminded me. Anyway, she said, I know she's right, that Tyler didn't do anything wrong. It's not his fault he's so cute and popular. I was going to cut the rest of my classes, but Amalia convinced me to not to. If anybody mentions Tyler to me, I'm going to brush them off. I'll say he's just a friend. I don't want to talk about it. That's the truth. Amalia is a terrific friend. She invited me to dinner at her house. I love being at the Vargases. More than being at home, I'm not nervous around Amalia's parents the way I am around my own. Is that awful to say? I love Amalia's family so much. They're so great. 3:30 p.m. in the car on the way to therapy. Checked my answering machine at home from car phone. Message from Tyler. He says he's sorry about the reporters. Car phone. He says he's sorry about the reporters and everything and everything that he had a good time with me and would I still come to set Friday. Wants to talk to me. Also said I might be right and that he should go back to his old life. Oh. I'm upset about the stupid stuff in the paper, but I wouldn't want Tyler to give up his career because of something I said. Time for Dr. Fuentes. More later. 4:30 p.m. Key points for my session with Dr. Fuentes. 1. It's not fair to blame Tyler for what happened. 2. My father's right that being famous can mess people up. I mean, didn't her mother say that? Her mother said that. Or maybe her dad did say that when she was about to go on the date with Tyler. I can't remember. But other things complicate people's lives too. Everyone has something. Sonny's mother died. Dawn's parents are divorced. Amalia had that awful experience with James. Ducky's parents are hardly ever home, and his best friend tried to unalive himself. 3. My mother is a bigger problem for me than I like to admit. I hate that she's so out of control with her drinking. Sometimes I feel like I'm the mother. This is when I cried. I seemed to cry about something in almost every session. Bless her. 4. I don't worry about Justin since we both seem to be moving on to other people. 5. Relax. Take care of myself. If I want to go to the set on Friday to see Tyler, I should go ahead and do it. Friday, 5 o'clock p.m. Sound Studio 4 on Love Conquers All set. When I arrived at the set about an hour ago, I walked around for a few minutes looking for Tyler. It seemed like everyone was staring at me. I overheard a woman on the catering table tell the woman next to her, "That's her, the one in the newspaper." Oof, guys, you gotta be more professional than that. Oh, wait, is anybody else having audio issues? I'm monitoring right now and I can hear it just fine. Okay, you fixed it. Good. I was like, I'm literally monitoring it. I hope nothing is broken. I'm so sorry. Yes, 90s car phones were portable bricks. No, this one has not been a tissue fest. Thank God. Amalia just highlights how bad Dawn is. Yes, because Amalia is awesome. We love Amalia. Basically, everybody else in this I almost said this show in this book, aside from Dawn, is great in their own way. Not always perfect, but definitely great. A hamburger phone the other day, and memories came flooding back. Oh my gosh. But do you remember? I never had, but I always wanted the clear phones. Remember when the clear phones were really big? Bluetooth issue. I hate when that happens. Bluetooth is so great until it just stops being great. All right. Since I didn't see Tyler on the set, I headed for his trailer. He opened the door right away when I knocked. I'm still hung up on this. The caterers are gossiping about the teenage star and who they're dating, allegedly. No one cares about that on movie sets. You'll be on movie sets and actors will be going through like just these like people just completely like ripping them to shreds online for something or other. And like they just come in and everybody's just pretending like it's not happening because like that's a person in front of you and it's a lot different when it's a real person in front of you that's dealing with all the Twitter-ness and not a hypothetical person, if that makes sense. I can't imagine a catering person being like, "Did you hear about so and so dating so and so?" I wanted a clear purple phone. Yes. I wanted a hamburger phone because Juno had one. Nice. Also wanted like a furry rotary phone. Oh my gosh, yes. Like the Bratz dolls. Yes. I remember that. California Diaries should get a show, but Dawn should die. Look, they either need to commit to Dawn sucking or they need to completely rewrite the character. I remember the furry Bratz phone. Because Bratz and Mycene were so similar, there was a very similar one that one of my Mycenes had, and I always thought the style was cool. Um, since I didn't see Tyler on the set, I headed for his trailer. I opened the door right away when I knocked. He opened the door right away when I knocked. I was glad he was alone, which meant we were alone. You okay? He asked me. I told him how people stared at me when I walked through the set. I don't know how you stand it, I said. Sorry, I still feel terrible about the other night. I was just about to say that it wasn't his fault when the door to the trailer flung open and Felicia walked in. Ah, the lovebird, she teased. Cut it out, Felicia, Tyler said. I told you, we were just. He stopped himself mid sentence and asked, Wait, you tip off the press? She grinned. Not cool, Tyler said. I could tell he was really angry. I'd never do that to you. Okay, I was trying to give Felicia the benefit of the doubt, but now I don't think I can. Publicity is good, Ty, she said as she flung an arm around his shoulder. Don't be mad. Tyler's uncle arrived then. A young woman wearing a headset and walkie talkie was right behind him. We need Tyler and Felicia on the set, the woman announced. How are you today, Ms. Bloom? Uncle Fred asked. I mumbled, fine, and left the trailer with everyone else. They're filming on a new set now, a cafe surfer shop called Catch the Wave. In the new scene, Vivian enters the cafe nervously looking around for JB, sees him, and shyly says hello. Then she has a line about surfing. He says something about school. They're each trying to make the other more relaxed, but they don't seem relaxed, probably because neither of the actors are. They filmed this scene 6 times so far. I haven't had a chance to be alone with Tyler again. He came over and to talk to me between takes, so did Felicia, but she was making sure we didn't have any time, any more private moments. I hope Tyler was as frustrated by that as I was. Gilmore Girls. I've never actually seen Gilmore Girls. I'm absolutely in love with The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel, which I know is written by Amy Sherman Palladino as well. I know they're very different shows, but yes, Felicia is a Dawn after all. The only good thing about Paparazzi is the song by Lady Gaga. That is a quotable quote. Bernie, what? Did I miss something? Seeing the Mario movie tomorrow. I would love to hear what you think about it. I have not seen it yet. I've heard nothing but good things about Yellow Jacket, but have not seen that either. I'm very behind. Alicia is acting like she's jealous of me, which is way too weird to even contemplate. It's probably all an act in case a gossip columnist shows up on the set. That would never happen. Here comes the assistant director, Mara Davis, more later. In car on way to Vanish rehearsal. Unbelievable. This is 7:29 p.m. Unbelievable. Unreal. Here's what happened. Mara sat down next to me and said she was glad I was there because she wanted to talk to me about something. Then she started telling me how Vance and my father have decided Love Conquers All needs a series of short takes of JB and Vivian having fun together. You know, the look how much they're in love scenes, Mara explained. JB and Vivian picnic on the beach. He teaches her how to swim. They slow dance under the stars. Vance wants to have the dancing under the stars scene on the deck of Catch the Wave, and he wants the music at the cafe to be live. I wondered why she was telling me all this. I told Vance we should use a band with teen musicians, Mara continued. I had the idea because of your tape. She said Vanish was the kind of band they'd want for the scene in the movie. I was shocked. I told her that I certainly didn't think we were good enough to perform in a movie. She said that we were plenty good enough. She assured me it would be a short scene and that our music would make it very authentic. I thought you and your band, and they're also going to use, whatever recording you have over that. It's not going to be live, like really in real life. Um I thought you and your band would love the idea, she said. I personally hated the idea, but I knew the rest of the band would love it. They love to perform, I admitted. We could also use some of your friends as extras, Mara added. Say 15 of them. And of course you'll sing. Are you paying those kids? Make sure they're getting paid. And of course you'll sing, Maggie. You have a marvelous voice. Mara can't really think we're good enough for a movie. She probably had the idea because of Dad and my voice. Well, what she said just isn't true. She's got such imposter syndrome. I feel so bad. Christina Ricci is one of such a queen of 90s movies. Um, Tyler joined us just then, followed by Felicia. Mara told them the idea for the new scenes and for using Vanish. A tape, Tyler said. I didn't know you had a tape. Oh, geez, sorry. Me neither, said Felicia. Mara told them that Vanish was good and I was terrific. I was blushing like crazy. At that point, my stomach was turning over. It's all so perfect, Felicia purred. Maggie will sing while Tyler and I dance. It'll make a great press release. Tyler glared at her, but she didn't pay any attention and flashed her toothy grin at all of us. I realize it's short notice, Mara told me, but we'd love to shoot that scene while we still have the cafe set. Say tomorrow afternoon. I can work out the details with your manager. Do you have a manager? I nodded and told her Amalia was our manager. I also told her that I had a band rehearsal in a little while. She probably doesn't think a teenager is who she's going to be talking to when she says manager, but you know. Mara gave me her business card to give to Amalia. I have her call me as soon as possible, she said. I looked at my watch. It was time to go. As I was leaving, I heard Mara tell Tyler, "They're really good. I'll lend you the tape." This reminds me so much of the plot from that book. Oh, the book that Zoe Sugg wrote but didn't write, and she used a ghostwriter and everybody was mad. Girl Online. Did anybody read Girl Online except for me? Superhero work in progress is too much. I keep making myself cry. Oh, don't cry, Ellery. Really enjoyed Mario and D&D. That's good. I've heard that D&D is fun. Is a fun movie. It was a book written by a YouTube influencer. It wasn't a very good book, but it's the this is like reminding me of that plot, just like better written. I'm sorry. That sounds really mean. I'm so nervous Tyler is going to hear me sing. What if he thinks I'm terrible? I can't think about that. It's time to break my big news. 9:30 p.m. Everything is spinning out of control. When I get to Rico's garage, I mentioned to Amalia that I had to talk to her privately. We stood in the back of the garage. She asked what was up, and I told her I'd just come from the set. I described the sequence of short scenes they were adding. Excuse me. To the film. They're going to show JB and Vivian having fun together as they fall in love, I explained. They do that in a lot of movies, Amalia said, but remember, Maggie, it's make believe. Tyler doesn't like Felicia like that in real life. I realized that Amalia thought I was jealous of Tyler and Felicia, so I blurted out the news that the director wanted to hire Vanish to play in one of those scenes. What? Amalia shrieked and jumped up and down. Maggie, you don't mean that. That is so awesome. I tried to shut her up. I wanted to talk about it quietly with her before anyone else knew, but it was too late. Rico and Bruce and Patty ran to us to see what the commotion was all about. Justin followed, but he took his time. Amalia told them the news. Everyone but Justin was excited. We'll be in the credits, Rico said. Rico cheered with in big letters. Forget the credits. We'll be on the screen. Bruce shouted, millions of zillions of people will hear our music. They'll see it. Well, there aren't zillions of people in the world, but I know what you mean, Bruce. That is exciting. They'll see us. What do they want us to play? Asked Patty. What should we wear? Asked Rico. I told them that Amalia was going to work out the details, and Amalia's like, what? I'm gonna what? Um, I gave her Mara's card and she went into Rico's house to phone her. While Amalia was gone, I told the band how boring it can be on a movie set and that they shoot a lot of scenes they never use, but no one was paying much attention to me. They were all too excited about the big break for Vanish. Everyone but Justin. It's such a last minute thing, he said. How come? I explained that they had these new scenes to put in the film and they wanted to use a live high school band for one of them. And they heard our tape and they want us? Added Rico. I just wonder, Justin continued. I mean, whose idea was this? He looked right at me. Your father's? Hey man, who cares how it happened? Rico said to Justin. It happened and we better be ready for it. It wasn't my father's idea, I assured everyone. My voice was shaking. I was so embarrassed and angry that Justin had said that. Yeah, don't be a dick, Justin. You're dating somebody else. The assistant director for the film had our tape. I met her at the party for the film at my house. You meet a lot of people that way, Justin mumbled. Had he seen the newspaper photo and gossip column? I'm glad you like to listen. We appreciate having you here. Yes, Super Mario Sunshine. Honestly, any Mario games, I'll need to start streaming. Um, I need to get my DS emulator working so I can stream some DS games. That I think that would be really fun. Ooh, and Toontown. Um, I've wanted to stream forever, and I think I'm gonna. I think I've roped Spencer into. Spencer said he would play and join in with us if I did some Toontown streams because he also loves Toontown. Yes, it's getting very warm here. Was he jealous? Some nerve. I was nice to him about Nancy, so why was he being a creep to me about Tyler? Justin didn't look at me again for the rest of the rehearsal, or maybe he did and I didn't notice because I wasn't looking at him. Amalia came back from phoning Mara. She told us we were performing two songs, Rocket and You're Mine. Rocket is fast, but You're Mine is slow. So that must be the song that Tyler and Felicia will dance close to. I'll have to remember that they are acting. It's a movie. Make believe. I'm so nervous about tomorrow that I couldn't eat a bite of my dinner. I know that's bad, but I couldn't help it. Mara said the band should wear black pants and that the wardrobe department will have tops for them. I have to bring 3 outfits I think would be suitable. Wardrobe will make the final decision about what I should wear. Ah, yes, the bring your own wardrobe days. All fun. Hear myself scrolling. Sorry. Um, Now I have to call Ducky. We're almost done with this book, by the way, if anybody's wondering. Now I have to call Ducky, Dawn, and Sunny to tell them they can be in the movie if they want. Each of the other band members and Amalia are inviting 2 people, so we'll have 13 extras. What if my friends don't like Tyler? What if he doesn't like me when I'm with them? What if I don't like him when he's with them? What if new thought? Justin and Tyler. Justin's been acting so weird towards me. How will he treat Tyler? How will he treat me when Tyler's around? I have to worry about all of this and singing too. Help. Poor Maggie. 10:15 p.m. News and gossip travel faster than the speed of light around here. Ducky already heard about the shoot, which meant so did Sunny and Dawn. They were waiting for me to call and officially invite them. Sunny thinks it will be a blast. Dawn loves the idea too, but Ducky is way over the top excited. He kept asking me what he should wear. I finally told him that his plaid shorts and Dayglow green shirt would be perfect. I didn't invite Jill to be an extra. I don't think I can trust her to act sane and calm on the set. Honestly, fair point. But she didn't like to, but she'd be excited if she could meet Tyler Kendall. It would mean so much to her. I better invite her. Otherwise, I'll feel guilty about it for the rest of my life. I'll call her. Then I'll go to bed. I'm so nervous. How am I going to sleep tonight? I love Ducky so much. He's such a gem. No, 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 Milo. They kicked. Justin is not the abusive boyfriend. That's James. James is the shitty boyfriend that got kicked out and replaced with Justin. Fucking hell, Maggie. Yes, very 90s. Stage fright, nerves, on edge, stomach rumbles, fingers fumble. As they stumble along the keyboard, voice croaks. I choke on every word. It's all gone wrong. There is no song. 11 p.m. Tyler just called. He was afraid he woke me up, which he didn't. He said he wanted me to know that he'd listened to the Vanish tape and loved it. He went on about how great my lyrics are and said he loved my voice. I said thank you and stopped myself from saying I wasn't good. Thank you, Dr. Fuentes. Yes. Dr. Fuentes for the win. Dr. Fuentes is the therapist, and we love her. Then he said that I was lucky I can express myself through my music, especially by singing my own lyrics. I said he expressed himself in acting, but I'm saying someone else's lines, he added. Yeah, but you're putting your own emotion into it. Like, you know. We talked for quite a while about that idea and other ideas too. I even told him how nervous I am about tomorrow. I'm going to try to sleep now, otherwise, the circles under my eyes will be too dark for even Hollywood's best makeup artist to cover. Saturday, 5/8. What a long, long day. Ducky picked me up. She just put late. Saturday, 5/8, late. Ducky picked me up around and my 3 outfits up at 6:30 this morning. We had to be at Sound Studio 5 at 7 a.m. Sunny and Dawn were already in the car. Sunny was wearing a tiny stretch top that showed off her belly button ring. She had her rollerblades with her. I told her she was dressed perfectly for the scene. I brought some extra clothes, Ducky told us, so the costume department will have some choices. I bet you have your whole closet in the trunk of the car, said Sunny. I mean, that's what he was supposed to do. They should have all brought extra clothes. We laughed. Ducky loves clothes. Although apparently in LA you get paid like a bump for bringing your own clothes, and that's not something that happens here in Georgia, so I'm salty about it. Anyway, I'm trying to keep up on chat, sorry. Oh, so now Justin is also being stupid and dumb. Yes, but to a different girl, because James was abusive to Amalia and they broke up, and now Justin is doing a much lesser version, but he's still being a dick to Maggie. You didn't miss much. The band is gonna play in the movie, and they're all gonna be there. Um, we laughed. Ducky loves clothes, and he can never decide what to wear, so he probably did have his entire wardrobe with him. Patty, Bruce, Rico, and their friends were in the sound studio when we arrived. They'd already discovered the catering table. Oh, Mago. I don't know how Rico intended that, but it's surely not how I just delivered it to you. I'm sorry. Said Rico through a mouthful of donuts. Those are great. Oh, he's talking. Oh, I think okay. So he's like, oh, really? I was like, I don't know what that means, Rico. Can you please explain to me what you mean? I looked around for Tyler. He wasn't there. Justin wasn't either. Rico's father and Amalio went off for a meeting with Mara in the production office. I spotted Justin, who had just arrived on the set. Nancy was with him. I turned away so they wouldn't see me seeing them. I wished Tyler were around, and then I wished he weren't. I was glad that Nancy was there for Justin, then I wished she wasn't. I was so confused that a queasy feeling rippled through my stomach. As I was opening a juice box, Jill whispered in my ear, "He's here, Maggie. He's here." I reminded Jill that she'd promised she'd control herself on the set. But Tyler sees you, Maggie, and he's coming over here. I looked up. Tyler was headed in our direction. He gave me a hi sign. I think that's called waving, Maggie, but all right, I won't be pedantic. I introduced Jill, who had the stupidest grin on her face. At least she didn't ask for his autograph. It was weird introducing Tyler to my friends. Ducky was sort of jittery and nervous. He said something like, "Hey, Tyler, man, this is way cool. I mean, such a big fun thing for you to invite us, to be in the movie." And wow, Sunny giggled. Dawn acted like herself. Oh, so she was awful. Dawn acted like herself, which means she was miserable to be around every single second. Justin totally avoided the being introduced to Tyler moment. Brendan, who'd arrived with Jill, was very laid back and nice, but I felt awkward and was relieved when Mara sent us all to makeup. Tyler walked with me. Everyone left us alone for that couple of minutes except for Jill, who trailed us part of the way. I don't think you'd be here until later, I told Tyler. I didn't think you'd be here until later, I told Tyler after Jill had faded away. I came early, he said, to see you and to meet your friends. Yes. Tyler hung out with me while they did my makeup. I tried to carry on a normal conversation, but it was hard to do. Justin was in the makeup chair next to me. Tyler, who doesn't know that I used to have a crush on Justin, introduced himself. Justin was courteous but stiff. I was also stiff, or at least my face was. They put so much makeup on me. After a while, Tyler went to his trailer to do some homework. The rest of us went to wardrobe. For the record, this is what we ended up wearing. Riku, not Riku, different character. Rico, Bruce, Justin, and Patty Black pants with tight, shiny polo shirts. Hot pink. Riku. Keep saying Riku. God damn it, Kingdom Hearts. Rico. Sage green. Justin, bright orange. Bruce, a gorgeous shade of blue. Oh, sorry. Hot pink, Rico. Sage green, Justin. Bright orange, Bruce. A gorgeous shade of blue, Patty. Wardrobe wanted me to wear a black skirt with shimmering silver sleeveless shirt. Dad came by, beaming, and gave me a big thumbs up. We were her. Oh, I thought she was going to say her dad vetoed the outfit. And I was going to be like, that's such a dad thing to do. I mean, she's like, what, 13, 14? Not that, you know. Imagine if Riku was there. Jill had faded away. Is she a ghost? A mass hallucination faded away. What kind of language? It's the magical realism. Jill's been a ghost the entire time. Someone call the Phantom Investigators. We rehearsed for an hour while the film crew adjusted lights, placed mics, etc. Mara said, etc., etc. Mara said we sounded great. Vance said we were just what he wants for. Are we recording? Are we doing the singing live like Les Mis? Jesus. Pressure. Vance said we're just what he wants for this scene. Dawn said my father came on the set when I was singing, but I didn't see him. I hoped I didn't embarrass him. Oh. Our schedule, 1 p.m., lunch break, Felicia and Tyler in makeup and costume, 1:45, touch up on our makeup and set, on the set, 2 p.m., a run through of the first part of the scene with Felicia and Tyler, 2:30, cameras action take 1. I was so nervous at lunch I couldn't even swallow water. Oh. While I was having my makeup touched up, I tried to swallow. I couldn't. My vocal cords were constricted. When the makeup artist moved on to the next person, I made a little coughing sound to try to clear my throat. It was hopeless. I thought, I'll have to tell Mara I can't sing. I knew I'd disappoint the band members, but wasn't that better than ruining the scene by croaking? How's it going? A voice behind me asked. I turned and faced Tyler. I can't do it, I croaked. Lost my voice. It's just stage fright, he said. Remember? I shook my head no. I can't sing, I insisted. Breathe with me, he said slowly. Oh, I ship these two. All right, everybody, take a cleansing breath with Maggie and Tyler. I could hear myself breathing and it freaked me out. We took a few deep breaths together. Positions, everyone, a voice boomed. Tyler smiled reassuringly at me and said I'd be great. He handed me a cough drop. Before he turned to go back to Felicia, I unwrapped the cough drop, put it in my mouth, and joined the rest of the band. I was still nervous, but more under control nervous. Poor baby Maggie. She really does need a hug. Grabs my proton pack. I won't let you go, Jill. Thanks for reminding me to take a deep breath. No problem. Technically, Tyler in the book, therefore, Anna Martin and whoever, I don't know if she had a ghostwriter help her with this specific one, reminded us all to take breaths. So I'm now passing on that information to you. I don't know if it's just a human thing or just an anxiety thing, but I get to this point in the day where I'm like, I haven't actually like taken a real breath in a while. That's probably bad. Establishing shot. Catch the wave deck. Evening. 13 teens sitting at tables and standing around listening to a live band. Cool looking boy and girl dancing on the side. Sunny and Ducky. Tracking long shot. Vivian and JB walk in and sit at the small table. This is not how the sides would look, but maybe it's not the actual sides. Maybe she's just like recounting what happened in this form. I don't know. Close on JB and Vivian having intimate, silent conversation. They did 11 takes of those 3 shots. We played the first chords of the song 11 times. In between the takes, The crew made more adjustments to cameras, lights, sound. We never played the song all the way through. They only needed the first stanza as background for those 3 shots. Can I tell you, anytime I'm on set, and you have playback where you're just listening to the first 20 seconds of a song for like all of the first half of the day, and then you move on and you're just on to the next 10 seconds of the same song over and over and over again. Do you know you will hate whatever that song is from here on out? I know this from personal experience. Hydrate, don't dehydrate is something the truck processing team at my work say to text. I say hydrate, don't dehydrate. We also, Natasha and I have a friend. It's Natasha's um roommate from con. I think I've showed some of their artwork before because I've bought some of their stickers because they're like the only person I know that sells creates a. They have these pineapples in their shop, and it's like little pineapples with all the different queer pride flags, and they actually have a demisexual one, and I've never seen anybody include demisexuals in anything, so I was always very happy. I also have a pin that's theirs that says "No spoons, only knives," and it's a drawer full of just knives, and that's also from their collection. But they have a sticker that Natasha has a copy of, has one of the stickers, and it's on a water bottle, and it says "Hydrate or die straight," and I think that's great. Oh, the death metal show is off. I'm sorry. Good night, the Apollo. Have a good night. Hi, the Shadow Dragon. Welcome. We are reading California Diaries 13, Maggie Diary 3. Um, it's been a nice, not sad California Diaries. It's been very like tame on the sadness. Where was I? By 2 o'clock, I was totally exhausted and bored, and our music was beginning to show it. My friends, the extras, were dropping too. Jill had even stopped staring at Tyler. Mara called a break. Vance went into a huddle with Tyler and Felicia to talk about the next scene. The rest of us threw back some sodas. More makeup and hair touch up. Back on the set for the second half of the scene. I'm glad you have no regrets. I also have no regrets. I love hanging out with chat. We hate Dawn part. Very important. We don't like Dawn. If you're new to these streams, we do not enjoy the character named Dawn, who is the bridge character between this and the original or the original Babysitters Club. We don't hate Dawn, we despise her. Dawn hasn't even done the most egregious of things that she's done in this book. She's still been annoying as hell in this book, in the last book, but ooh, red dominoes. You should have seen some of the things she pulled like a couple books back. All right. More makeup and hair touch-ups back on the set for the second half of the scene. Sound, band playing love song, lead singer at mic. Me. Medium close up. JB takes Vivian's hand. They stand to dance. JP puts his arms around Vivian's waist and they slow dance in place. She's tentative. He's more relaxed. Close on JB, whispering in Vivian's ear. She leans back and smiles shyly but lovingly. They dance even closer together. Fade out. Tyler and Felicia did that love scene over and over and over. I sang the same love lyrics for, for them over and over and over. All my friends were watching. Very weird. Finally, Mara shouted, "It's a wrap!" and the shoot was over. Mara. Oh, doesn't look like they had too long of a day, so that's good. I've been on sets where sorry to keep telling stories about set. I've been on sets where we've worked like 17 and a half hours. It sucked. Mara thanked us and said it had been a great day. My friends seemed happy. Tyler said goodbye to everybody, told me he'd call me, and left with Felicia. Untitled. I sang while you danced with her. It was unreal. What's that deal? Or what's the deal? You pretend to be in love with her. Is it an act or fact? It's his job. What it is. Why did I write such a stupid poem? I'm not in love with Tyler. Tyler's just a friend. I think. I thought. I don't know. My friends were all happy about being extras in a movie. They didn't even mention how boring it was. Ducky thanked me about a zillion times. Well, at least some people had fun. Did Tyler? Sunday 5/9, 1 o'clock p.m. Tyler called. He said he loved listening to me sing yesterday, that it was fun to work together. He didn't mention that his work was holding Felicia in his arms and slow dancing. It's going to be crazy busy week for him. They're filming the JV saves Vivian from the undertow scene at some beach south of LA, but I have Saturday off. He said maybe we could double date with Brendan and Amalia. A date? Well, he probably just means we'd go out with Brendan and Amalia. No, he doesn't. Brendan and Amalia are dating, and he said date. Hanging out with them will be a more normal way to see Tyler than on a film set. At least Felicia won't be there. I told Tyler I'd check with Amalia and Brendan and get back to him. My two favorite couples of this series. Yes, welcome to the chat, fam, Red Dominoes. Despise is still a bit of a lighthearted, bit of a light uh, word, according to Ellery, when it comes to Dawn. Yes, yes, I talked about that in the. I can't remember how much of that I talked about in the Scamilton video, but I remember a couple days after I posted it, they announced that they had settled out of court, so the Texas church had to pay Lin Manuel Miranda money, an undisclosed amount, but money. And then he promptly announced after that that he would be donating that money to gay rights activism groups. So, by extension, the team forced the church to give money to the gay community. And I remember posting that on my, that was a very loud plosive, sorry. I remember posting that on the community page and just being like, well, this makes me happy. That was cool. Absolute Uno reverse. Yes. It was amazing. That was really funny. That was really great. Okay. Monday, 5:10, 1 p.m. I'm in study hall and should be studying and will study in a minute, but first I have to write what's on my mind. Why is everyone flipping out about a little scene in a movie? The Vista Voice wants to interview me about the film, and someone from the student government asked if I could arrange a special screening of Love Conquers All as a fundraiser for our library. Do they think that movie is about Vista? Do they think Vanish are the stars of the movie? Just because we shot for a day doesn't mean our little scene will even be in the final film. It probably won't be. Movie producers spend millions of dollars shooting scenes that they never use. True. Ducky acts like he had a big part in Love Conquers All. He'll be lucky if the back of his head is on the screen for a nanosecond. This week, I'm going to study hard, work at the shelter, and forget anything that has to do with movies. Back to work, back to my real life. Amalia and Brendan said okay. Going out with Tyler and me Saturday night. Maybe we'll go bowling. We'll try not to think about Tyler until I see him on Saturday. Wednesday, 5/12, 10 o'clock p.m. It feels good to be back to my old routine. Lots of homework. Aced a math quiz with 100% with 100 plus. 100 plus. Huh. Going to work at the shelter after school tomorrow. For the record, Dad said my singing at the set was very good and that Vanish has a good sound. He also reminded me that a classical background in music is important and he wondered if I was practicing piano enough. He managed to turn a positive thing, that he liked my singing in the band, into a negative, that I wasn't practicing piano enough. I hate it when he does that. Come on, Maggie, don't be a snob about it, right? It's like this is all new. This might not be new to you, Maggie, but this is a new experience for all of them. The infamous cutting room floor. Yes. Lady Gaga is classically trained. We still roast a 10-year-old from a Nancy Drew game by using her name as the as the rating scale for how much we dislike other characters. So what you're saying is this summer when we play the games all over again, everybody who's been wondering who the hell Jane is and why we hate her so much are going to be like, oh, oh. It's going to be really hard to keep spoilers out of those chats because we're all just going to be like, can you believe X, Y, or Z happened? Later, talked with Tyler briefly. He's going to pick me up at 7 on Saturday. We'll meet Brendan and Amalia at Alley Cat Bowling. Tyler said they finished shooting the rescue scene. How many takes did they film of Tyler saving Felicia? How many times did he give her mouth to mouth resuscitation? It's his job, Maggie. It's okay. Friday, 5:14, 8:30 p.m. Phone message from Tyler. Hi, Maggie. Sorry I missed you. I'm really looking forward to tomorrow night. My tutor is giving me a big history test tomorrow morning, studying tonight. The shoot is going okay. Wondered how you're doing. I heard Uncle Fred yelling something to Tyler in the background. Tyler signed off with a quick, gotta go. Saturday, 5:15, sometime after midnight, I should have known that everything would be a disaster. Oh no. What was I doing hanging out with Tyler in the first place? I must have temporarily lost my mind. Tyler picked me up at 7 as planned. He talked about the shoot all the way to the alley cat. He was pretty hyper from working all week. When we reached the bowling alley, I reminded him to put on the sunglasses and hat. As soon as we walked inside, a guy Tyler knew called to him. His name was Rod Simon, and I figured he was a friend of Tyler's who happened to be there. I waved to Amalia and Brendan, who were already at our lane. I was about to tell Tyler that they were there when two girls interrupted him. They giggled a lot and asked for autographs. A couple of guys saw what was going on and wanted to talk to Tyler too. I told Rod that it was nice meeting him and to tell Tyler I was going to our lane. Nice meeting you too, Maggie, Rod said. See you over there. I was a little surprised that Rod was planning to hang out with us. I wondered if Tyler had invited him. Amalia, Brendan, and I bowled a few practice sets until Tyler and Rod joined us. Rod introduced himself to Amalia and Brendan. Rod Simon, he said, I'm following Tyler around for a few days. We're doing a lead piece on him for Teen Zine. I was shocked. Tyler agreed to let a reporter join us. I mean, like it's an agreed to interview, right? So it's not like the same as paparazzi. I think it's fine. I glared at him, but Amalia invited Rod to bowl with us. Brendan thought that was a great idea too. No one but me seemed upset that we were hanging with a reporter, but I was upset enough for all of us. Actually, I'm still furious. Tyler must have suggested the evening because it would make a good magazine copy. Is that how he treats a date? Is that how he treats a friend? Okay. Maggie, I need you to sit down and fluff your aura for a second, honey. It's okay. If it is, I don't want to be friends with him anymore, especially since all he's interested in is being a superstar surrounded by adoring girls. He must have signed autographs for every girl at the alley, and even when he was bowling, he'd look around and smile. He turned bowling into a performance and our evening into a publicity stunt. That's not true. He can't help being famous. He's worse than Felicia. I don't believe a word he said about missing his hometown and friends. I don't believe a word he says about liking to be with me. No wonder his friends in Santa Claus freak out about him being a star. He acts like one. He was like Tyler. It was like Tyler wasn't with us. Maybe he was wishing he was with Felicia. Maybe later in the car, Brendan was telling us a story about his cousin who does bungee jumping and was really interesting. Brendan asked Tyler if he'd ever done it, and Tyler said, Done what? He wasn't even listening. Well, Be fair, I have ADHD and I oftentimes zone out, so maybe it was an accident. Let me forget my woes. Thank you all very much. Well, thank you, Bernie, for being here. I appreciate. No, it makes me happy to know that it could cheer you up a little bit. You have ADHD. Isn't it the worst sometimes? Molly made a joke out of it, and Brendan didn't act offended, but I was. I should have trusted my instincts. I should have steered clear of Tyler. From now on, I will. Tyler is not worse than Felicia. You take that back, Maggie. Take it the fuck back. That man did breathing exercises with you. He must be protected. We all have ADHD in this group. I would not be I know a lot of us have been diagnosed, and I wouldn't be surprised if there are also undiagnosed ADHDers here. Welcome all neurodivergent friends and neurotypical friends. If you're neurotypical and cool, you're still more than welcome to chill. Monday, 5:17. After homework before bed, Tyler left me an email today. How did he get my email address? Maggie, I'm sorry about Saturday night. I was surprised that Rod showed up at the bowling alley, but I didn't want to be rude to him. He was just doing his job, but I know you didn't like having him there. I thought you might come to the set today, or maybe you'll come later this week. Hope your week's going okay. Call me or email back, please. TK. I'm not emailing TK or calling him or going to the set. Tuesday, 5:18, 9 p.m. My rat brother gave Tyler my email address. Zeke said he and Tyler have been emailing since the party. Oh. Malia says that Tyler really seemed to like being with us and that she could tell he liked me and wanted me to like him. I said every girl in America is in love with him and shouldn't that be enough? She said that he's not in love with every girl in America. I said that was only because he's in love with himself like every other actor. Yikes. Harsh, Maggie. She said I'm not being fair. Agreed. I agree with Amalia. I said I had to go, that dinner was ready, which was less rude than hanging up on her, which was what I felt like doing. Wednesday, 5:19, 8 p.m. Talked a lot about Tyler in therapy today. I tried to imagine what it must be like for Tyler suddenly to find himself in that shallow fake movie world. Everyone treats him like he's something special. I wonder if deep down he's thinking, I'm just like everybody else. What's so special about me? Why is everyone giving me all this money and all this attention? Dr. Fuente said that's often the way famous people feel. I asked her if she thought I should give Tyler another chance. She said I should do what I felt like doing, what I feel like doing. 8:09 p.m. I feel like giving him another chance. Thank you, Dr. Fuentes. This proves our theory that every character given therapy, so much angst is avoided when the characters are in therapy. Thank God. That has been chancing. I'm so many types of neurodivergent, I might as well add undiagnosed ADHD to the list. Want to see a study on the relationship between ADHD and being a YouTuber? I do too, because most of us, it feels like most of us have ADHD. I think it's because YouTube allows us a freedom of if you can make money doing YouTube, it allows you a freedom of a career path that lets you be flexible with what you do, right? Because it's like if I'm like I've been really hyperfixating on Once Upon a Time lately, so I've gotten to talk a lot about that. But like then like I'll go through a mood where like I want to talk about the Muppets and then I get to do that and it's just like it's that ADHD, like I have flexibility over what I do. I'm not doing the same exact routine every single day, and I think that's very appealing to people with ADHD specifically. So I would also love to see that study. I'm leaning too far away from the microphone. I'm sorry. Fiction dispense advice, which is not typically what they actually do. They usually just keep asking you what you think you should do. Yeah, I think it's good that this that her therapist was like she was like, "What should I do?" And her therapist was like, "What do you think you should do?" Amalia said later. Amalia said I should have a party and invite Tyler. She thinks he and I should be together without fans, reporters, directors, other stars, or any other Hollywood types. She says that'll give us a chance to figure out how we feel about each other. So I'm having a party, a normal Saturday night party. I'm going to go to the studio tomorrow to invite Tyler in person. Maybe he won't come. Maybe he'll be too busy. Maybe he'll say he's too busy, so he won't have to come. Friday, sorry, taking another sip of my drink. Friday, 5:21. As I was going to the steps of Tyler's trailer, he came out. Oh, he said with a surprised look. Hi. Hi, I said back. I've been hoping that you'd show up. We faced each other in the trailer doorway. I tried to look casual by leaning against the door jamb as I told him that I'd had a busy week. He said that he wondered if maybe I was mad at him. I admitted that I'd been a little ticked off about Rod Simon. He apologized again for that. Then he said he was glad I was being honest with him. Good communication! That he's sick of people saying one thing and meaning something else, which is the way Hollywood works most of the time. He added, he sounded much older than 15 when he said that. I told him about the party. He said it sounded great and that although they were shooting tomorrow, he'd come right from the shoot. When I asked him how the shoot was going, he said he was on his way to do another scene with Felicia. Which scene are you shooting? I asked. The one in the library. He handed me a script and I quickly read over the scene. It takes place behind a stack of books. Here's the dialogue as well as I can remember it. A very romantic scene. Vivian, no one wants us to be together. My parents, your friends, my friends, nobody's on our side. JB, maybe you should stop worrying about this stuff. Let's just be together and see how we feel. This is about us, not about them. Vivian, but JB, putting a finger to her lips. This really is a bad movie. Her dad makes terrible movies. Shh. I'm happier when I'm with you than I am with anybody else, Vivian. That's the truth. Vivian, I feel the same way. You know what it reminds me of? Rory, don't go. I love you. Good. Yes, he's Michael Bay. I think we talked about this in one of the prior Maggie book streams. He basically just makes like big, loud, cheesy, shallow movies that make money. So yes, Michael Bay. Oh my god, I love NerdSync so much. I don't think I'm cool enough to hang out with NerdSync, but I would absolutely jump at the chance to work with NerdSync one day. I love NerdSync. Chocolate flavored tea. That's Hope that's going well for you. I'm so sorry. Or congratulations if it's good. I don't know. Felicia caught up with us as we were walking to set. She said hi to me, but all of her attention was on Tyler. Don't forget that tonight after the shoot. Hang on, I'm trying to move this very quietly. Sorry. Don't forget that tonight after the shoot, you're coming to my place for dinner, she reminded him. I know, and don't forget you promised we'll work on tomorrow's scene, he said pointedly. I wonder if Tyler said that so I wouldn't think they were having some kind of big date. You staying for a while? Felicia asked me. I told her no, and she said goodbye to both of them. I didn't feel like seeing Tyler and Felicia in love with each other, even if it was acting. Tyler looked disappointed that I was leaving. I guess that counts for something. Oh. Yes, Felicia is definitely a jealous hater right now. She's an auntie. She's definitely an auntie and we don't stand aunties. So the beagle uh stay out of the tree. Oh, oh. Bless her. It was Arizona sweet iced tea, so, like, it's just earthy, overly sweet chocolate water. That actually sounds good. Um, but Tyler keeps winning points in my book the way that he keeps making sure that, that Maggie knows that there's nothing untoward happening. 10 o'clock p.m. Dad brought home selected dailies of the shoot with Vanish. I'm showing you the three best takes, he told me, but we'll only be using a minute of that scene in the final movie at the most. I hope you warned your friends. The takes at a whole minute. I've worked on scenes that get like 8 seconds. That's pretty good. Tyler's pretty cool, but I feel like he's a fake. I don't think he is. I think she's worried because she has imposter syndrome and she doesn't think he could really like her. Um, I think he actually does like her. Not bad, but it was a shock because I had forgotten there had been chocolate powder in the mug. Yeah, I would have been very off put. Oh my god, it's already midnight. Well, good thing I only have a few more pages of this book left, and then we can all go to bed. Who am I kidding? I'm probably going to stay up and do some more editing. The takes Vance and the editor selected are close ups of Vivian and JB. You barely see the band in the background. The camera is focused on the love chemistry between Tyler and Felicia. All I could think was that they look the way I felt when that current was running between Tyler and me. I must have looked pretty sad watching the selects because my father said they're only acting, Maggie. I told him I didn't care, that Tyler wasn't my boyfriend, just a friend, which is all you should have at your age. Friends, and some of them happen to be boys. Know what I mean? It's a very dad thing to say, but as I get older, I kind of know what he means, you know? Why do adults always say that? Dad's knocking on my door to say goodnight. Gotta go. A few minutes later, Dad came in with some suggestions for my party. He offered to have it catered to this by this fancy Mexican restaurant and hire a DJ. Pilar can serve, he added. I said I didn't want a DJ, fancy food, or Pilar serving us. I'm just trying to help, Maggie, he said. I told him the biggest help would be if he left us alone and made sure Mom did the same. Harsh but true. Night owls for the win. Yes, it's midnight where it's 12:08 a.m. where I am right now. Um and not to worry, we will be streaming again tomorrow night. We have Animorphs with Daniel. God knows there are over 100, like over 100, almost 100 just read streams, and oh well, almost 200 streams if you count like all of the live streams we've done. So if you need something to listen to after the stream is off, there's definitely lots of videos, there's lots of streams, like there's entertainment. There's a pretty big catalog at this point. At age, you should make yourself scarce around your daughter's friends and give them some space. Yeah. I just breathed in and I did not like the sound that my mouth made when I did. Phil says, hi, good night, and can I eat that? Hello, good night, and probably not, Phil. Good night, Chris. He put a hand on my shoulder. Don't worry about her, he said softly. I'll take care of it. What are you going to do? We a mob family now, Dad? What do you mean when you say you're going to take care of Felicia? I have questions. Oh, he's saying he's going to take care of Mom so that she's not drunk around her friends. Oh, that's kind of sad. I hate worrying about my mother being drunk in front of my friends, but I'm glad Dad understands how I feel. Saturday, 5/22, 7:30 p.m. A party for 8 that starts at 8. Guests: Tyler, Amalia, Brendan, Sunny, Ducky, Dawn, Rico, and me. For a second, I thought that she had alphabetized their names, and I'm like, that's a very Maggie thing to do. I have a good supply of sodas, juices, pretzels, etc. Pizza Pizzas are to be delivered at 9 o'clock. Since Zeke and Tyler have been emailing each other, I told Zeke he could drop in on the party as long as he didn't stay the whole time. I'm very nervous about the party. 10 o'clock p.m. Tyler Kendall is an unreliable phony. Oh no. Oh no. Why did I think he'd want to come to the party anyway? He probably only said he'd come to be courteous. He's probably at another party right now, maybe at Felicia's. Later he'll have some brilliant excuse, a lie, for why he never showed up here. Uh-oh. Why didn't he just come out and tell me the truth in the first place? He says he loves the truth. He was probably afraid to say no to the producer's daughter. I bet he and Felicia are laughing about how the producer's young daughter has a crush on him. At 9 o'clock, when Tyler was only an hour late, Dawn said we should wait for him to eat the pizza. I said absolutely not and served them as soon as they were delivered. We sat at the table by the pool, eating pizza and talking. Ducky said that our lives over the past few months would make a good TV series. Hey, is Daniel still in chat? Because Daniel's been saying that about this series the entire time. It certainly wouldn't be a sitcom, though, said Amalia. It would not. If it's not a comedy, then I don't want my character in it, Sunny told us. No one said anything, but we were all thinking, how can it be a comedy if your mother dies in it? My mother would want it to be a happy series, Sunny said softly. She loved to laugh. Dawn reached out and gave Sunny's hand a squeeze. You're right, she said. It'll be a sitcom with dramatic moments, Ducky explained. It'll have very special episodes. I am. I've just been working on my PI reaction. Yay! I have to finish mine when I get off of stream. Yes, so we've decided, as per Sunny's request, because of her mom wanting things to be happy, it would be a comedy. It would be a sitcom, like an 80s or 90s sitcom with like those very special episodes. Like you remember when the Fresh Prince would get like real serious out of nowhere, and you'd be like, oh shit, oh that was loud. I'm so sorry. I guess dramedy wasn't really a defined TV genre in the 90s. Yeah. Tyler is probably injured or held up over some emergency. Maggie will probably understand. Maggie did not, in fact, understand. Narrator's voice. Maggie did not, in fact, understand. We hate you, Don. But yes, I think they could get away with a dramedy for sure. Oh. I didn't read far enough. It'll be a sitcom with dramatic moments, Ducky explained. A dram, suggested Dawn. A dramedy, added Amalia. See, Amalia knows what's up. Will I be in it? Asked Brennan. Yes, we shouted in unison. We love Brennan. Brendan's a good guy. Amalia and Brendan beam smiles at each other. We were all just fooling around about the TV show, but I was serious when I thought Tyler won't be in the story of my life. My friends are being very cool about the fact that Tyler isn't here. They've mostly ignored it and have had a good time without him, but not Zeke. If you're having a party for Tyler, how come he's not here? He asked about 20 times. Finally, he went to his room, but I had to promise him that I'd let him know as soon as Tyler showed up. Now even Zeke had given up on Tyler. I just passed his room and he's sound asleep. Sonny and Ducky are shouting for me to play water polo. I better go back to my own party. After midnight, Tyler finally showed up at 10:30. We were all in the pool. Hey man, good to see you, Ducky shouted. Brendan tossed Tyler a wet ball. Tyler tossed it to me. Sorry, I'm late, he said. I threw the ball to Dawn, but she didn't bother to catch it. Instead, she pulled herself out of the pool to greet Tyler. So did Amalia and Brendan. Amalia draped a towel over her shoulders and talked to Tyler while Dawn went inside to zap the leftover pizza for him. But I stayed in the water. Ducky swam to the floating ball. He hurtled it to me and shouted, We might as well get out too. I was the last one out of the pool. Tyler was standing with my friends, acting like he hadn't been 2.5 hours late for the party. Sorry I'm so late, he said. The chute ran over. Then this reporter stopped me and I put up a hand. It's okay, I said. It's no big deal. You're shivering, he said. He grabbed a towel from the chaise lounge and wrapped it around my waist, around my shoulders. There we go. There. That's better. I knew I was being unfair, but I still felt angry. You could have called, I said. My voice was tight. It was also angry at myself. I was also angry at myself now for making such a big deal about Tyler's being late, for caring that he was late, for caring so much that my stomach was in knots. I asked who wanted ice cream. Everyone shouted, "Me!" "I'm sorry I'm late, Maggie," Tyler said again as he followed me into the kitchen. "It was either this or not come at all, and I've been looking forward to this all day." "Good," I said in a sort of friendly tone. "I'm glad you could come." I opened the freezer and pulled out 2 boxes of ice cream bars. He took them from me. "I emailed my best friend in Santa Claus and told him about you," he said. He was looking straight into my eyes. My anger and insecurity started to melt. I felt the warm current between us starting up again. "I feel sorry for you, Tyler," she said. I said, "It seems like you're working all the time. But being with you makes that okay. I'm happier with you than I am with anyone else." That line was like a slap in the face. I pulled back. "What's wrong?" he asked. "That's a line right out of the script," I said. "JB says it to Vivian in the library." Oops, Tyler blushed. That happens when I'm working on a film," he admitted. "I have to say lines so many times that they come out too easily," I said. "I was going to say that they become part of my subconscious." I pointed to the boxes of ice cream bars and said that we should bring them to the others before they melted. Half an hour later, Tyler's limo came by to pick him up. "Anyone want a ride?" he asked. My friends all jumped at the chance to ride in the limo with him. "You come too," Tyler suggested to me. "I'll drop you back here after we bring the others home." "Come on, Maggie," begged Sonny. "No thanks," I said. So my friends all left the party at once, and I'm alone in my room wondering why I fell for Tyler when I knew better. I wasted so much time thinking about him hanging out at the set, getting Vanish involved. Maybe I should have tried to work things out with Justin. No. My voice is going. Hang on. Yes, he was barely at the party. But he did show up. It is hard because, like, I mean, if he's on set and it goes over late, there's literally nothing he can do. He can't leave early. That's just not a thing that you can do. It sucks, you know? And he did show up. I do think he wanted to show up. I still believe in this. I'm still going down with this ship. Maybe I should have tried to work things out with Justin. It's too late now. He has Nancy. They're probably out having a great non Hollywood time tonight. No one is following them around with cameras, asking them questions, and writing about them in gossip columns. Starting tomorrow, I'm concentrating on my own life, a real life without a script. I'm going to forget Tyler Kendall once and for all. Sunday, 5:23. 2 dozen roses arrived this morning with this note. For Maggie, thanks for the party. I wish I hadn't missed the first part. Your friends are great. I have today off. Want to go to the beach? Call Tyler. Sending expensive flowers after a party is such a Hollywood thing to do. There are yellow roses. Yellow roses mean I'm sorry. I wonder if Tyler knows that. He probably doesn't even know what color they are or even that they're roses. He probably told his assistant to send the producer's daughter a bunch of flowers. I left a message on Tyler's voicemail. I said thanks for the flowers and that I can't see him today because I'm working at the shelter. I didn't say anything about seeing him soon so that or that he should call back. He's off the hook now with the producer's daughter. 10 o'clock p.m. Arrived at the shelter at noon. My first job was to clean out the cat kennels. Piper said I seemed a little sad. She's super sensitive and picks up on silent signals from animals and people, especially me, but she also respects my privacy, so all she said was, "If you want to talk about anything, I'm here. And if you don't, I'm here too." I told her I'd be okay. My next job was to take the 2 puppies out to play behind the shelter. The puppies are adorable. I hope they will be adopted together. I was playing a game of chase with them when I saw someone running across the field toward me. Tyler. He was breathless by the time he reached me. The puppies jumped on his legs. He bent over and picked one up in each arm. The first thing he said was, "Look at these cute guys." The puppy with brown spots licked his face. The black one nibbled on his jacket sleeve. Tyler laughed. I couldn't help smiling. Tyler looked so happy with that armful of puppies. "Where'd they come from?" he asked. I told him they'd been left at the door of the shelter in a cardboard box. "Where'd you come from?" I asked. "How'd you find me?" "You told me about this place the first time we went out," he said. "I remembered the name." Remembered. That's sweet. Oh, yeah, he truly does care about her. You can't be anything but happy with an armful of puppies. Yep. Puppy invasion. Oh, puppies are so cute, aren't they? Hmm. Um, he nodded to the black puppy. "This one reminds me of my dog Coffee when he was little. How many dogs do you have here?" I told him that at the moment we had 13 dogs and at least 25 cats. "Do you like dogs better than cats?" he asked, or the other way around. I know a lot of people consider themselves either a cat person or a dog person, but I like both equally. I'm a both person. Me too, Tyler agreed. We have loads of cats on the farm and Coffee and a border collie who helps with the sheep. He smiles, his smile faded. "I miss the farm." "That must be hard," I said. The black puppy snuggled deep into Tyler's arms and closed his eyes. The other puppy was now lying across my feet. It was very peaceful in that sunny field with Tyler and the puppies. "What's greatest about animals is that they don't care who you are," Tyler said. "If you take care of them and love them, they'll love you back. I wish people could be more like that." I knew that what Tyler said wasn't from any script, it was from his heart. I thought about how angry at him I'd been. I knew I'd been unfair. I judged him by his fame, not for himself. "I'm sorry," I said, "for everything." He inched closer. "Me too. Sometimes I wish I'd never come to Hollywood." He paused and looked deeply into my eyes. "But then I wouldn't have met you." That's when he kissed me. It felt like the most natural thing in the world. During the kiss, the puppy in Tyler's arms licked the bottom of our chins. I giggled. He put the puppy back on the ground and told him to find his own girlfriend. Then he put his arms around me and we kissed again. Tyler helped me with the rest of my chores. I was impressed by how much he knows about animals. "I want to be a veterinarian someday," he told me when we were feeding the cats. "What about acting?" "I'll do that for a while longer, but it's not what I want to do for the rest of my life." Like the guy who played Charlie in the 70s, the original Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. He was a kid actor, and then he was just like, nah, I don't want to do this anymore. And he went and became a veterinarian, and he's still a veterinarian. I think that's so badass. King shit. Take five. Like that what Twilight Zone episode where the guy turns around and all of a sudden his life is a movie. That one's existential. Let's see. One more page, guys. I told him that it was my dream to be a veterinarian too, but that other times I wanted to be a writer. "You should be a singer too," he said. "You're a terrific singer." I thanked him and said he was a terrific actor and maybe he shouldn't give it up so fast. We said it would be great if we could do all the things we cared about. It was interesting to talk to Tyler like that. I've decided that Tyler Kendall is a great guy to know. It's not his fault that he's famous. I'll just have to learn to deal with it. The puppy. Yapping, jumping, loving, licking, a puppy in your arms. I was going to give you up, but you held me close like that pup. Understanding, forgiving, loving, true, a puppy in your arms. I was there too. The end. Yeah, he is a livestock vet, yes. Imagine your pet is being taken care of by Charlie. Can you imagine? Yeah. Peter Brady. He didn't want to act, and later, as an adult, he became a business mogul. Yeah, a lot of people do that. And I think that's actually really great that when people are able to be like, this is cool, but it's not what I want to do forever. Thank you. If you're talking about the Scambleton video, thank you for watching. That is now the most watched video on my channel and probably will be forever because it has almost 70,000 views. Yep, that is our book for tonight, guys. Mom forced him into to act because she wanted to live the life of state. A lot of people, like a lot of child actors, have had that experience, and it's really sad. I'm glad that as adults they're like able to do what they want. My phone. Oh gosh, I'm so sorry. This is a new microphone. A lot of you know this, but like I'm used to having a microphone like up here off camera where you can't see it. The sound quality just isn't as good as this, so now I'm just getting used to having to deal with having a microphone right here. Night to people who are a different time zone because it's 2:26 p.m. for me. Oh wow, very different time zone. Yeah. I genuinely hope Tyler and Maggie are together till they're in their 80s. I do too, Ellery. I think they're adorable. Um, Pretty mid book. No big sucker punches. I like that there are no big sucker punches. I'm here for no big sucker punches. It's almost like they knew that after book 12 with Sunny's mom, they were like, we gotta give him just a book of fluff. We gotta just do that for him this one time. I ship Maggie and Tyler, and I ship Amalia and Brendan. I think they're both cute. Can't wait for Thursday book club next week. Well, yes, I'm also very excited for next Thursday. We will definitely read more books on stream between now and a week from now. We'll be streaming tomorrow night, actually an hour earlier because we stream at 7 with Animorphs. Um, assuming Daniel's still down for that. And then Saturday, we'll do a read stream with Gabe, hopefully finishing that horrible, of course, yay! Works out well, yay! Hopefully we'll be finishing that terrible Imagines book on Saturday with Gabe, and then Monday we will do Kingdom Hearts stream with Maddie, and then hopefully next week I'll have more time to do read streams throughout the week like I like to do, or some other game streams or whatever we feel like doing. Had to have Dawn be horrible about Sunny's mom and then Sunny's book. We earned this, right? Sounds good to me. Free tomorrow. I'd have to do choir. Well, wherever you are, and the VODs are always available. So if you miss a stream, just like a video, you can watch it anytime. But yes, I will see you guys. Might be a bit spaced because I have my state competition tomorrow morning and then streaming. Let me know if you want to, if you want us to postpone or whatever. Like, I don't want you to feel like you have to, but I'll be fine. Okay, cool. I will plan for tomorrow then. I charger. Um, Nice to be here. Night, everyone. Good night, everybody. Appreciate you guys. First stream of mine from Avery, and I hope to see more streams from you. Thank you. There will definitely be more streams for sure. I will see you guys. Good night. Bye.